Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. Today is Monday, October 7th, 2024, and I would like to ask the clerk to call the opening roll.
Good afternoon, Council President. We have Council President Doug Shipman.
Here.
We have Council Member Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. We have Council Member Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large. Council Member Jason H. Winston, District 1.
Here.
Councilmember Faroki, District 2.
Here.
Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3.
Here.
Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8.
Present.
Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11.
Present.
Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Present.
Mr. President, we do have a quorum of members present.
Madam Clerk, I just note that Council Members Dozier and Westmoreland are also present.
Thank you. So noted.
Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out ahead of time. If there are no changes or updates to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the agenda.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Next, we are pleased to have Pastor Lazier Reese from New Calvary Baptist Church with us this afternoon to provide our invocation. Pastor Reese, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. May we assume our posture of prayer. Gracious and loving Creator, we gather today in unity, aware of the diverse backgrounds, beliefs, and traditions that are represented here. We acknowledge the sacred responsibility entrusted to this council, the leadership and the well-being of the city of Atlanta, the home of a rich history with a vibrant future. We ask for your wisdom to guide the decisions made in this chamber on today. May every word spoken and every action taken be rooted in justice, fairness, and the common good. Help these leaders serve with integrity, humility, and compassion, remembering that their role is to uplift the citizens of this great city. Grant them the courage to face difficult challenges with grace and to seek common ground amidst differing views. Let their work contribute to the city where every resident from every neighborhood and from every walk of life will be able to experience peace, prosperities, and the pleasures of today. May your presence be felt among us, bringing us unity where there is division, hope where there is despair, and love where there is need. We give you all thanks for the opportunity to serve, for the bonds that unite us as a community, and the vision to hold for a thriving and inclusive city. We offer this prayer in the spirit of respect and solidarity, mindful of our diverse faiths and perspectives represented, but trusting you, our Creator, to be our guide. In that name, amen.
As we are in a moment of reflection, I would ask my colleagues if there are any remembrances of note this week. Councilmember Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would ask that you lift up the friends, families, and loved ones of Susan Mendham, who was the former president of Midtown Alliance and really the architect behind Blueprint Midtown that has led to the transformation and continued growth of a very vibrant part of the city. She was a force, but had and a visionary, I should say, and her impact will be felt for decades and generations to come. So please lift them up in your memories.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Yeah, but for the grace of nature and maybe a higher power, we were spared the worst of Hurricane Helene, but there's plenty of folks who are still suffering, and I want to just acknowledge those that passed in Florida, Georgia, Carolinas, Tennessee last week.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone. Councilmember Boone? Oh, no. Any others? Well, for these and for those unsaid, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have 3 proclamations today. First up is Councilmember Overstreet and all of those who are here for the recognition of William Walker. Would you please join us up here on the dais?
Well, all those that are here to honor the legendary coach, William Walker, please come forward swiftly. If you are here to honor the legendary coach, William Walker, please come up.
Yes. Right out the door.
Coach, y'all come on over. Come on over. Come on over. Staff, come right here. Y'all come on. You say you done? Girl, you short. Yeah, you do. Yeah. You know, somebody can't see you behind somebody else's back. All right, then. I think we are all in place and ready to celebrate for all the right reasons. This is why proclamations are a thing of the city of Atlanta. In the People's House, we are here to make sure that everyone that does right by this city and lays a foundation for us that we can never forget is they are recognized right here in our chamber. And this is what it's all about, honoring someone like Coach William Walker Reck. We are here today to make sure that he is getting his flowers right now because he has been working for a full lifetime. I would add a couple more whereas clauses on this proclamation. I'm going to do that before I even read a proclamation. The whereas that I will add, whereas my children and your children were all coached by William Walker. It is really an honor to celebrate you here today. Thank you all so very much for coming to make sure that we are paying our love and our dedication to you because you deserve it. All of the coaches, all of the commissioners, past and present, all of his family members, all of City Council, especially my colleague Andrea Boone, who has had a 3-decade or longer relationship with the Walker family, maybe even longer. That's only in work. It's no telling how much before that, because they live very close together. I am so proud to be a part of this family right here. So with that, let's start hearing from a few. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Councilmember Overstreet. Let's give her a hand for honoring this legend. Thank you, Councilmember Overstreet. Coach Walker, I was here in 2011. Who was here in 2011 when Coach Walker received the Phoenix Award from the city of Atlanta? Coach, you are a 60-plus year resident of the Adamsville community, living on Wisteria Lane, raising your children, not only your children, but raising your neighbors' children and your friends' children, and being a mentor, being a true public servant. On behalf of the thousands of residents of the Adamsville community, where's Coach Tim Wynn? Coach, come on up. Coach, come on up. Big Goon. Where are these guys? Where are these guys? These are the guys that he made. And so many more. The list goes on and on and on. Ramondo Davidson. It's so many. I would be here forever. But on behalf of the thousands of people in the Adamsville community, Coach, we present to you the Lifetime Achievement Award presented to Coach William Walker in appreciation of your loyalty, integrity, and compassion, your unwavering commitment to our children, and the invaluable knowledge you've imparted in the field of athletics. We honor you for the wisdom you've provided and the mentorship you've shown. Thank you for your extraordinary love, talent, and kindness to everyone in the city of Atlanta. We commend you on Monday, October 7th, 2024, the Atlanta City Council.
With that, I will go ahead on and read this proclamation so that we can just get the business out of the way. We have some people that would love to speak about their engagement with Coach Walker as well. It says, in recognition of Coach Walker, William Walker Jr., whereas William Walker Jr. was born in Buena Vista, Georgia, moving to Atlanta at an early age and graduating from Turner High School before going on to attend Morristown College in Knoxville, Tennessee. And whereas Mr. Walker's love of sports led to a distinguished career in recreation starting in 1967. He has been a staple in the Ben Hill community and the city of Atlanta for more than 4 decades, providing mentorship, guidance, and countless young athletes, and giving people across Southwest Atlanta a place to go and a discipline to succeed. Whereas during his tenure as director at the Butler, Mosley, West Manor, Adamsville, and Ben Hill recreation facilities, Mr. Walker implemented impactful programs such as the 35 and under men's adult basketball league and 6 and under and 8 and under t-ball leagues and other initiatives that fostered athletic and personal growth within the community. Whereas Mr. Walker consistently went above and beyond his official duties, ensuring the well-being of children by personally providing transportation, cleaning uniforms, and working tirelessly to organize events and banquets, even when resources were limited, and they're always limited. Whereas his tireless dedication and leadership earned him numerous accolades, including the City of Atlanta Phoenix Award, the Recreation Employee of the Year Award, the Eddie Murphy Center Director Leadership Award, and the Muhammad 15 Community Leadership Award, and the Little League District 9 President's Award and other prestigious awards recognize his service to the community, whereas Mr. Walker's leadership, commitment, and partnership with local businesses have helped shape the Ben Hill Recreation Center into one of the most respected facilities in the city. It attracts participants from across the region and creates positive and lasting impact on generations of Atlantans. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the residents of Atlanta, do hereby celebrate a lifetime of service and pronounce this Coach William Walker Day. And with that, I would love to hear from our current Commissioner Cutler, Commissioner Parks and Recs.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Overstreet and Councilwoman Boone. Mr. Walker, Coach Walker, it's been a ride, right? Congratulations on 58 years of service with the Department of Parks and Recreation. Coach Walker, the number of people here today is a testament to the number of lives that you have impacted and the ripples in the pond that will echo for generations. During my time as commissioner, I have appreciated your wisdom and partnership to move Atlanta forward. You always center the young people and what is best for Ben Hill and our community. On behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation's team, many of whom you've mentored, thank you for your 58 years of service and impact. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I also invited some former colleagues, former commissioners to give their words of wisdom, being that you've been here for 58 years, you've had quite the impact. George Duesenberry wanted me to share on his behalf. Coach Walker, congratulations on your retirement and thank you for your decades of work for Atlanta and its youth. I regret that I'm not there to be with you today. When I became Parks Commissioner, it was my job to open 16 closed recreation centers and launch the city's Centers of Hope. I wanted to learn what works and how to bring the rest of Atlanta up. The city may have larger facilities, but none were better run. Now, none serve so many people, and I leaned and learned from you. Our recreation centers, our youth, and our city are a better place because of you. Thank you for helping me make some contributions to the work, and thank you for all you've done. Warm regards, George Duesenberry.
Thank you so much.
I'd also like to acknowledge that one of our past commissioners of Parks and Recs, Amy Fung, is here to celebrate Mr. Walker as well.
When I started the city of Atlanta and we were trying to figure out how to reinvigorate the youth programs across the city of Atlanta, Coach Walker, aptly so, stopped me and said, you got to spend some time with me. And within minutes, I recognized that if more Coach Walkers were at our recreation centers and in our communities, then we would all be better off. And so what I could say is what I learned while serving with Coach Walker is 3 lessons. The first is you can never be too young or wise to learn something about leadership from Coach Walker. The second is just the immense love that he had for the Ben Hill community, the Atlanta community writ large. And the third is a thing about legacy. Looking around all across of the thousands of young people who've gone on to do amazing things, we should rightly so continue to credit your legacy and your leadership, Coach Walker. And so now that I'm at the Atlanta Hawks, it was one of my first honors, having served in that position, to renovate and reinvigorate one of the rooms within the William Walker Recreation Center because of the work that Coach Walker was doing. And now, of course, folks are familiar with one of our legends, Dominique Wilkins. And I wanted to just share a signed memorabilia from one legend to Atlanta City's legend, Coach Walker. And Charles Brown is going to help me bring up that presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, David. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Now let's get to the family. Would love to hear from his daughter, Tangela.
Good afternoon. I want to say thank you so much for allowing my dad to share all his talents and gifts with you guys. It has been a sacrifice for our family, but we wouldn't have had it any other way. We're on my dad's front row, just like you guys are on his front row. If you know what front rows at a concert mean, that means you're genuine, you're a fan. So thank you again. This is the honor.
We're going to take another picture. We'll take a picture with the proclamation. Any other colleagues? Councilmember Bond.
Hey, thank you so much. Well, just briefly, I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge, or I make this point to acknowledge Coach Walker, whom I've known since I was probably, they had middle school now, I guess about sixth grade here in Atlanta. And over the years, Coach, obviously, as was mentioned in the proclamation, you've won many championships, you've set up many programs, you've gotten all these different accolades over your career with the city of Atlanta. But what was not mentioned is how many living trophies you have created, how many living examples of leadership, of gamesmanship, of camaraderie that you have poured into the literally hundreds of young people that have come across your path. And I would submit to you today that that is the greatest work that you have done, the building of young people. Frederick Douglass said that it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. Whether you were conscious of that quote or not, that is exactly what you have done. And sir, on behalf of a grateful city, we say thank you and congratulations. Congratulations, Coach. Thank you so much.
Any other colleagues? And also, on behalf of the mayor's office, we have our our COO, LaShondra Burks. Yeah, she is our chief operating officer. And I've actually worked with her and William Walker Rec together on our safety plan. So, and we also have Councilmember Byron Amos, and then we will hear from the legend on hand. COO first, please.
Good afternoon. As stated, my name is LaShondra Burks, and I serve as the Chief Operating Officer for the City of Atlanta. I just have one story to tell about Coach Walker. When I became the Executive Director for the Office of Recreation, I went by to visit Coach Walker to talk to him about some of our goals and plans, and he said, you know, Ms. Burks, don't forget you went to school with my daughter and my son-in-law. So that was his way of telling me, you might be the executive director, but you are young enough to be my child. In Mr. Walker way, right? Very respectful, but very nice. I tell you, we've been talking to Mr. Walker. It took us 8 years, Tangela. Tangela. We've been talking for 8 years about Mr. Walker retiring, so I didn't believe it until today. Actually, until he actually got here today and I saw Tangela. But Mr. Walker, we just want you to know we love you. We appreciate you, the love that you have for this city. No one can touch it. You gave everything. You lived in this city. You put your child through public school. You made sure that every child that came through Ben Hill or any other recreation center, now William Walker, had a level of respect that they gave to their community and to the center and to adults. And so we want to say thank you. This is an opportunity for this council to give you your flowers while you yet live. Now, I've already told Ms. Brown to keep your office because you're going to be there every day. One time I saw Mr. Walker walking down the street. I called his cell phone 5 times. He didn't answer. I called Tangela. I said, your daddy is not responding to me, and he is walking down. Mr. Walker is a walker. He walks fast, and he walks everywhere. And finally, he called me when he got home. He said, oh, I was with my grandson. I said, let me tell you something. Don't ever leave that phone at home, because if I see you, I'm calling, and I expect for you to answer. So that was the one time I was older than Mr. Walker in that situation. But again, Mr. Walker, we love you. The Parks and Rec team loves you. And you fight for every center, not just William Walker. If my phone rings and I answer, Ms. Burrs, we got to talk. I know that there's something going on in Parks and Recreation that we need to discuss, and it's not just about William Walker Rec Center. So we appreciate you, and we love you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Burke. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Councilmember Byron Amos, District 3.
Yes, sir. I just had to definitely stop and say thank you. When you're talking about influence, this is the epitome of it, the picture of it. You know, I grew up in the John F. Kennedy part of recreation up under Coach Warren, Coach Jackson, Coach Flan, Coach Said. Then I realized these men existed because this young man existed. You know, quick story, and I see Coach Tim over there. Coach Tim called me and was interested in renaming a park after another great coach. And I guess it took too long, because about a week into the process, he called and he said, hey, man, Coach Wade want to know, Coach Walker want to know when you going to rename that park. I don't know if it was right timing or what, but that park was renamed. The sign is up, and I'm glad to say on October the 14th at 1 p.m., we will officially unveil the piece of dirt that was known as Anderson Park as Coach Charles Rambo Park, and that is influence. So I just want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for allowing me to be who I needed to be. And just thank you for keep fighting for everybody that needs to be fought for. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And before we hear from the legend, we have a short video.
It's early afternoon at the William Walker Recreation Center. Coach Walker takes a stroll, consults with a crew member, and makes sure the grounds are top tier.
I'm glad you got those backboards up. Oh, man, look good.
He carved out a career in recreation in the late 1960s, directing programs at several other Atlanta parks before taking the reins at what was then Ben Hill.
I walked out there by the tennis court and looked down on the field down there, and I said to myself, I finally got to the promised land. That's what I said. I said, God was just getting me ready.
Armed with feedback from residents, Walker built a mountain of programs covering the youngest to the legacy seniors. His coaching left a trail of success stories, from former NBA MVP Dwight Howard to the NFL's Damian Swann and Jay Terrell Jr. But his compassion made him a star.
If they didn't have shoes, I would help give them shoes. If they didn't have clothes, I'll help them get clothes. If they need food, I'll help them.
Ramondo Davidson is Senior Advisor for Youth and Senior Engagement with the City of Atlanta. He oversees the city's Midnight Basketball program, among other roles. Davidson was 6 when he met his Little League coach, William Walker.
My dad wasn't really instrumental in my life at the time, and so Mr. Walker was just that father figure. He embraced all of the kids that he ever interacted with. He always treated all the kids like they were his kids. You know what I mean? He was like, you know, he was stern. He was, you know, he commanded respect, but he was always teaching.
Teaching and creating an inviting atmosphere. Here, laughter and work go hand in hand.
Ain't nobody looking for you.
I don't know, Mr. Walker, they might be.
You ain't done that, have you?
I don't know.
Valerie White is Senior Recreation Operations Assistant. She's worked with Walker for over 2 decades.
Our staff is more like family than just co-workers. So that's an environment that he's created. So I get emotional every time I talk about him because, it's seldom that you find a supervisor that you enjoy coming to work for, and he's that individual.
With seconds left in the game, it's a touchdown. The Atlanta Vikings win the Georgia D1 championship in dramatic fashion.
Tim Wynn is considered one of the most successful youth football coaches in Georgia. He began volunteering in 1980, shadowing Coach Walker to understand why Ben Hill's team had such a long winning streak.
He taught kids, he taught coaches to be coaches, and he taught me to be a better man and to learn how to coach and not be selfish and work with the kids. And then no matter where they come, if they was Ben Hill, Adamville, wherever, teach and coach.
Record label owner and music producer Corey Big Oomph Robertson recently opened his new restaurant, Bosque, in Southwest Atlanta. He remembers enrolling his 5-year-old son in the program 22 years ago. Walker inspired him to coach, and he was just a phone call away during championship games.
He'll give me the best advice. He even came down to the field and walked through my team and my coaches and showed us, like, this is what you do on this play. This is how you do this. This is what you do here. And it's just been successful for me. And like I say, with his help, I won at least 6 championships with him coming to give me knowledge on how to go win that championship game.
Well, with all he's done, Coach Walker is retiring soon. He says he's honored and grateful for this recognition from the Atlanta City Council.
Hopefully that somebody will look at this, look at my legacy, and my living won't be in vain. It'll be in vain.
That's wonderful. You ready, Coach Walker? We're ready to hear from you.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yep.
I've heard so many. I don't know. I've heard so many. Is it okay now?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, I thank God for being able to be here today. I've been here a long time. And, but I'm rested. I'm not tired. But when I look back and I think about how good God has been to me, I think about all the people from my family, my wife, which is left earth, gone to heaven, but my daughter, my grandkids, going on to do well. I think about my cousins, and I don't know how many I got. I don't know how many here. A lot of people didn't realize I got all these people. I got a bunch of cousins. They're here. I got from teachers to doctors to nurses to lawyers. I got a bunch of them. Even got some to sweep the street. But it doesn't matter. Whatever you do, y'all try to be your best. I've had the most outstanding staff since I've been in recreation for the last 58 years. Some of you might remember Reverend Fred Taylor used to work with SCLC. Reverend Taylor used to be one of the recreation leaders for me when I worked at Butler Park. Then I go to Ben Hill. The person was there that was director there. When they decided to move her to West Manor, she took everything out the ceiling except the dust off the wall. But that was all right. It was all right. See, what they didn't understand, that I started in Vine City. Started in Vine City. Wasn't nobody go to Vine City. But they didn't realize that I went to George Washington Carver Boys Club right there at Thornton and Northside Drive. I was ready at home. They didn't realize that. Everybody else was scared to go down there. I had no problem going down there. But what was happening, what I didn't realize at that time, sitting out in my car when it rained, and then I get outside because they had tore down 2 houses, and that was our play lot. That's where I started. I didn't start no building. But that was all right. Finally, they moved me to Mosley Park. They thought Miss Hardy was going to die, but she got well, and she really is. So that was all right. I put in for a promotion, and I went to Butler Park. Smoke and all of them was over there at that time. And I was there, I know, for about 2 years. And finally, a young man got promoted, white kid, that was a recreation leader, Peachtree Hill. A guy named James McLean was a director in Allison Park. He applied for the same job. But back in the old days, it was between a black person and a white person, you can forget it. You forget it. Anyway, the white person was the recreation leader. He and I had got to be good friends. We had got to be good friends because I went on Peachtree Hill and won the championship. Second Ponce had been winning every year. And he found out I was a good coach and I'd be there about it. So we got to be good friends. So when he got to be he was promoted to the supervisor over to District 1, I was over at Allison Park helping my good friend, Coach Charles Rambo, with a football clinic. And really, I was just teasing with Tim about moving from Butler Park. I said, but you know, I like to go to a gym. If you got a gym available, I'll leave Butler Park. In the meantime, I knew they were doing a study where you're going to make more money if you was at the gym, too. So believe you me, it was a twofold situation. It was the gym and the money. And anyway, he said, I'll tell you what, William, in 2 weeks, I'll call you. In 2 weeks is when he called me, came over there. And one of the things that I had when I went over there, I had some people work for me, and after I had my meeting, they told me they gave me a resignation letter, so they'd be gone after I had my first meeting, when I laid out my agenda, what I expect to have there. But that was all right. Later on, a lady named Vivian Wynn. Vivian Wynn.
She's here today.
She's here today. One of the most dedicated persons you ever want to know. She would have those kids marching out there at Lakewood. You would thought that it was soldiers coming out there. A number nobody could count when we played out there at Lakewood. Always could depend on. Outstanding staff at that time. We had Miss Linda Wooden, which is going on. A lot of people remember Miss Linda Wooden. Hank Jackson, all those people were with us during that time. And then came along after they left. We had other staff people came along. Like, what is Rodney here?
Rodney Evans here.
Yes, Rodney Evans here?
Rodney Evans
Okay.
is here.
People like, what they did with Rodney Evans, they thought they put him in a bribe patch, but guess what? The best thing ever happened to him. He sent him to Ben Hill. Now, Rodney Evans, now he's a big person in the police department. So you got to be careful. Better be careful. Then here come along a young lady that used to be the director over there at Collier Park. They did a downsizing and they sent her somewhere else. And I knew what kind of person she was because the person that she worked with, he and I went to college together. And he went to high school with my wife. So what happened, I said, let me go get somebody else after Miss Wynn decided to retire. I brought in Patricia Brown.
Yay.
Brought in Patricia Brown.
Ms. Brown, come on up. Come on up, Ms. Brown. Come on up, Ms. Brown. Come on up. Patricia Brown.
Uh-huh. Also, a little after then, I brought in Miss White.
Ms. White.
Where's Miss White? Brought in Miss White. When I brought in Miss White, then, you know, I said, well, I don't know. I got some other people that, Coach Clark, he talk all the time. Is he here today? He not here. I'm surprised that he not here. Coach Clark. Coach Clark run the athletic program. I had to get on him. I don't know what the excuse he's not here today. Yeah. Because he always, if I need to go somewhere, Coach, I'll take it. When I brought in all of these people here, they were my staff people. But what happened is, these are people who helped run the center. But guess what was the backbone to our program? You know what the backbone to our program was? Volunteer. Volunteer. How many volunteers we have here? Would you just stand up? That volunteered at our program. Volunteers, backbone. I appreciate all the volunteers. I appreciate all those people who played for me. I got people who played for me almost 50 years ago. See some of them here right now. I appreciate them coming out. I got a young man come here from all the way down from Macon. Johnny James came all the way from Macon. He said, Court, said if I have to crawl there, I'm going to get there.
Here today.
And he's here. Johnny James. Would you stand up, Johnny James, and your wife? Johnny James. Thank you. I want to thank you so much. I want to thank you for the NPUP who have supported me throughout the years, even when Councilman Malice was the councilman. So you know that was a long time ago. And, so we want to appreciate you as well. Now, Councilman Overtree and Councilor Boone, let me tell you about them. See, they do things, they don't tell you nothing. They just do it. But one thing I can tell you about these people here, if you call them, you don't have to worry about that. I called Ms. Boone one day. I said, Ms. Boone, I got a problem. She didn't ask me what my problem was. She just said, talk to me, Coach, talk to me. So I told her what the problem was, and 5 minutes after I got on the phone, the chief of police called me. Chief of police called me. So what did that tell you? That what happens is these people respond to whatever your needs are. Councilman Boone, every time we have something I need, it ain't no problem. Ain't no problem whatsoever. And I like what people have done for me while I yet live. So when I leave this earth and go to heaven, I can tell the master, you don't have to do nothing for me because they already done everything for me. In my closing, I would like to say to all these people who have supported me, well done. Good and faithful serving all of you. Well done. Thank
you. On the count of 1, 2, 3, we have a special request. We want everybody to say, Coach, on the count of 1, 2, 3. Coach! Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. Coach!
Everyone, let's advance forward so we can take one group picture.
try it. I just told you something.
Thank you, everyone.
Customer service, 3-1.
Thank you, everyone. Next, I'd like to ask Councilmember Shook to come forward, and all of those who are here for the Department of Customer Service and ATL 311. ATL 311 and the Department of Customer Service. Councilmember Shook.
All right, here they come. All right, this is in recognition of the Department of Customer Service and ATL 311 for a decade of excellence, and we have the excellent team assembled up here. I'll get right to it. Proclamation reads, whereas in October 2014, the City of Atlanta launched its new 311 system, the city's first customer service hub, created to handle non-emergency complaints, service orders, and other information requests over the phone or a companion website, atl311.com. And whereas ATL 311 has consistently demonstrated a commitment to excellence, integrity, and responsiveness, addressing the community's needs and concerns with professionalism and care. And whereas over the past decade, ATL 311 has implemented innovative solutions and technological advancements to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery, including the introduction of a mobile application, portal, and expanded coverage hours, which has dramatically improved access to city services and information. And whereas the ATL 311 team, through hard work and unwavering dedication, has played a crucial role in fostering a culture of customer-centric service within city government, earning the trust and appreciation of those they serve. And whereas ATL 311 has actively collaborated with various city departments, agencies, and community organizations to ensure a holistic and integrated approach to meeting the needs of Atlanta's diverse population. And whereas Atlanta's 311 achievements and milestones over the past 10 years serve as a testament to the department's enduring commitment to enhancing the quality of life for all Atlantans, now therefore be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby declare October 22nd, 2024 as Customer Service Day in the City of Atlanta, commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Department of Customer Service and ATL 311. Thank you. All right. Now, I know from personal firsthand experience, I get a lot of orchid comments and emails about the work that y'all do. The friends and neighbors will stop me in the store or on the street and say, hey, Shook, I got to tell you, I dialed into 311 and my problem was fixed like day after next. So I appreciate you. There's a lot of success stories out there, and so I hope you're proud of the work that y'all are doing, and please tell us a little bit more detail about all your accomplishments.
Thank you, Councilmember Shug. Also, I want to thank Mayor Dickens and COO Burks, DCOO Ingram, Of course, Councilmember Shook, for your constant support, consistent support, Council President Shipman, and all members of council. My colleagues and of other departments that are here today, and your team, we appreciate the partnership and collaboration of the work that we do each and every day to serve our constituents. What we do is a group project, like the mayor states, and it takes all of us here at the city to be successful in serving our constituents, our business owners, and visitors. Standing behind me are a group of individuals that I truly love so much, and many are missing today, but if those behind me are either in leadership, management, they could be a supervisor, a team lead, our administrative support, executive team, and without them, there would be no Commissioner Good. And we also have our Deputy Commissioner, Vernon Edmonds, as well. But ATL 311 started 10 years ago, and the journey was not easy initially, right? We had to get the buy-in and support of our colleagues here and also employees, but our constituents. And I can truly say, standing here today, that this journey has been worth it. 10 years to see how we have evolved, our commitment to excellence, our commitment to service, our commitment to ensuring that non-emergency services in the city are resolved, and we do that by working closely with our departments. And with that, we consistently embody our values. And if you go to our website, you may see this, but some of the values that we pride ourselves by are being efficient, being knowledgeable of the services, and committed to each and every one of you, being accountable and responsive. And so where are we going, right? So this is 10 years. We're celebrating this week, this Customer Service Week, but we know there's still much more work to do. And so we will continue to enhance our technology. We have seen a tremendous positive change, rather, in technology. So we will continue to enhance our portal, our website that many of you go on to submit your cases. We will improve our mobile app. We have an AI kiosk downstairs in the atrium that some of you may have used. We'll continue to enhance that. But we're also thinking about, or will add, ADA capabilities in TTY, which is very important to us. And so we will also continue to expand service delivery. So many of you know we have our hours used to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and now we're going to 7 a.m. to midnight, and we will continue that even into the new year. But what's important is our staff. We want to make sure our staff does not get burnt out, so we're keeping them at the forefront of everything that we do because we need them here to serve our constituents. So we will continue to build redundancy and capacity, looking at our data to ensure that our team gets the care that's most needed, which is self-care. And so we will continue to work closely with City Council, as like we always do, and Councilmember Shook and the FEC committee. We can't thank you all enough just for your support and just your transparency. It truly means a lot, and I hope that I have provided that to you all each time I came up to speak. So lastly, thank you for the opportunity to serve as commissioner of such a phenomenal group of employees that love serving the constituents like me, who started in City Council, and I worked in City Council for about 10 years. So, you know, so everyone behind me has that same heart to serve. And that is very important to me. And those are the individuals that we on board to serve is all of you. So happy 10th year anniversary, 311. Thank you to our team. And happy Customer Service Week to all of those that are in customer service. Thank you again.
I know, I wanted to say something, I apologize. This is, when we talk about 10 years of 311, 311, not 911, right? We live in a city to where now the work that you're doing, the things that you've done, I know some of the calls that people are taking. They are saving lives. And we want to continue to spread the word of 311, not 911. I want to continue to thank the public service workers that are in that department that are going through some things and that are take care of our city. So thank you again.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you.
Any other colleagues? Anyone from the leadership team? No, everyone wants to get back to work. All right, then. Well, thank you again. Happy anniversary, and let's stand up here and
Finally, today, I'd like to ask Councilmember Lewis to come forward and all those who are here for the recognition of the Department of Public Works retirees to join us up on the podium.
So yes, both sides if y'all want to. I'm extremely excited to be able to present these two proclamations today. My love for public sector workers, it goes back to me being a union organizer, me understanding that the public service worker is the person that's keeping the city actually moving, right? And so the folks that dedicate their lives to that, I have a unwavering support and solidarity forever for you for that. So today I get to present the proclamation to Mr. Christopher Coates and Ms. Juliet Jones for their years of service. And so whereas the Atlanta City Council recognizes and honors Mr. Christopher Coates for his 32 years of service and Ms. Juliet Jones for her 31 years of dedicated service to the city of Atlanta, with each having significantly impacted the community through their commitment and hard work. And whereas Mr. Coates, an Atlanta native raised in Carver Homes, right? Carver Homes in District 12, in District 1, but right across the street on Pryor Road, right? Began his career with the Department of Public Works in June 1992, while Ms. Jones joined the department in July 1993, both of whom have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to serving the community with the highest standards of professionalism. And whereas Mr. Coates served as a solid waste environmental operator, maintaining the cleanliness and the sustainability of our city, and Ms. Jones, in her role as a payroll supervisor, ensured the accurate and efficient management of the payroll while also demonstrating excellence in human resource, pension and benefits, and mentoring numerous employees, including supervisors and managers. And whereas both Mr. Coates and Ms. Jones went above and beyond in their respective roles. Mr. Coates, known for delivering quality customer service throughout his career, was a mentor and inspiration to his colleagues. Ms. Jones, known for an eagle eye, due to her precision, patience, and commitment, earned widespread respect for her exceptional work ethic and devotion to excellence. And whereas the contributions of public works employees like Mr. Coates and Ms. Jones are essential to health, safety, and the well-being of the city of Atlanta, with both having played pivotal roles in ensuring the efficiency and success of the department's operations. And whereas, for their dedicated years of service, both Mr. Coates and Ms. Jones performed their duties with pride, integrity, and professionalism, providing an exemplary model for their peers and setting a standard for future generations of public service. And whereas the city of Atlanta and its citizens are deeply grateful for the dedication and hard work demonstrated by both Mr. Coates and Ms. Jones, whose years of service have contributed to the strength and prosperity of our city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, proudly recognize and celebrate Mr. Christopher Coates and Ms. Juliet Jones for their distinguished service and wish them both well in their well-deserved retirements. So first, I want to open it up to any of my colleagues. Councilmember Michael Julian Bond.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis, for recognizing these great public servants. And just want to say congratulations to you both for making the city of Atlanta a career. But we want to thank you for the service that you provided to all of our citizens in your particular roles. You know, it is uncommon in today's economy for people to be able to work at a particular place for, you know, I don't want to say for a lifetime, but for as their career. And we deeply appreciate what you have done. I mean, the cornerstone of what we perform here at the City of Atlanta is customer service, is working on behalf of the public. And so with that, on behalf of a grateful city, we want to say thank you. If nobody said thank you to you lately, we want to say it to you today. So thank you and God bless you.
Last month, we held a job fair with the Department of Public Works, right? And the reason I held that job fair, the reason we held the job fair and I begged for that job fair in our area is because I know what a good job is, because people are telling me a good job is a job with the city of Atlanta. The most successful person in my family is Melvin Aldridge, right? He worked for 33 years for the city of Atlanta at the Atlanta airport. He's the only man in my family who owned a house, who put his kids through college, and that's because of that strong city of Atlanta job that he was able to stand himself up. And so I understand these jobs, and I truly, truly appreciate you for coming to Cleveland Avenue and hiring about 200 people so we can try to replace. We won't fully replace, but so we can try to continue to fill these spaces and give people an opportunity for the American dream, because that's what a good city job does, is give you an opportunity to enter the middle class. So we want to bring up first the commissioner and any of his lead staff that want to speak, and then we'll bring up the honorees.
Thank you so very much to the City Council, also honoring C.O. Burks, who was just up here earlier, and to the mayor of this great city, the Honorable Andre Dickens. I want to simply say that civil service is good service. Public service is good service. And to my right and to my left, I have 60 years combined. 60 years combined. I think they deserve a round of applause for that. They took time away from their families to serve this city. They gave up their talents. They gave up their efforts. They showed up on a regular basis, a continuous basis, to serve this city. Not everyone can do that. Not everyone has done that. But I want them to step up beside me, because I simply want to say, not only did you do it, you did it in remarkable fashion. Remarkable fashion. Remarkable fashion. Give them a round of applause. We have two of our deputy commissioners for the Department of Public Works. I want to ask D.C. Robertson and D.C. Davis. D.C. Greenlee was not able to be with us today, but I want to invite them to the podium to give any remarks if they would like.
You know, one of the interesting things is you spend more time at work than you do with your family sometimes. And folks here are definitely our family. You know, I was walking the halls today, went by Juliet's office, said something's missing here. And we definitely miss, you know, folks, you know, when they do retire. And I think the other interesting thing is a lot of the knowledge that some of our retirees have, we want to continue to pass it down to our current employees as well, too, because they've seen a lot, they've learned a lot through life. I mean, not just from a work standpoint, but just through a life experience standpoint. So with that said, we definitely appreciate from reading the installations and at City Hall as well, too. And this Friday, it did happen. So, you know, the one question I ask, and everybody laughs about it, I said, when she's in payroll, are folks still going to get paid? So they did.
Good afternoon. As the commissioner said, to have 60-plus years to our left here, to our right, is amazing. When we come to work for any organization, what we're doing is dedicating not only our talents, but also just our lives. We have to love what we do. To dedicate 3 decades of service, which takes time from your families. We certainly appreciate that. We understand it, but that's commitment. That's the love for not only service, but love for people. And you have to have the love for people in order to spend that many years of your life serving others. And so to Mr. Coates and also to Juliet Jones, I thank you for your service. Juliet was actually one of the very first people I met when I came to the Department of Public Works, because much like D.C. Robinson, you know, we always want to know who is making sure we get paid. And that was Juliet Jones. She has a wealth of knowledge. So with her and with Mr. Coates, as they go on to enjoy the next phase of their lives with their retirement, we understand that there's a lot of institutional knowledge that will go with them. But we thank them for the time, the service, the commitment that they had, not only to the city of Atlanta, but to the Department of Public Works. Oftentimes, people move around to different departments in large organizations, but they dedicated all of their service to the Department of Public Works, and we just want to just show our love and support for them for all that they've done. So thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
We will now hear from our honorees. We'll start with Ms. Juliet Jones.
I just want to say thank you to all the city council members and all of the commissioner and the deputy commissioners and the commissioners. Thank you, and everyone behind me. We can't do anything by ourselves. You have to do it as a team, and we truly have been a team. Like it was said, all of my years of service has been to the Department of Public Works, and what I did was pride myself on making sure everybody gets paid, because whether you're behind the desk or whether you're out in the field, after you work hard, you want to make sure that your pay is correct. So I always look at people's money as if it was though my own. So I crossed all of my T's and dotted all of my I's to make sure that everything in my power was done so that everybody can be compensated for the time that they have given to the city. Thank you.
Mr. Christopher Coates.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you. I started at Liddell, the one on Outside Drive, ended up at Lakewood, over there on Cloud Drive, ended up at Chester Avenue for like 25 years. Thank y'all. Thank everybody behind me.
So we'll join up. We'll come up and take photos. Oh no, we got it. Let me actually present the proclamations. Let me present the proclamations. Miss Joan. Turn the other way. All right. Mr. Cope. Y'all got to come up. No, we ain't going to be shy, right? Oh, okay. And thank you, Commissioner. I think we got 2 more jobs we can fill now, though.
All right, thank you, everyone. Next, we'll move to remarks of the public. I would remind everyone that you will have up to 2 minutes unless you've been yielded time by someone else before we have started on the paper. We have a number of comments today, so let's try to stick to time and keep it moving. I'll do my best to get everybody's name right. First, we'll have Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Giving honor to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. Woe unto him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers by wrong, that useth his neighbor's service without wages, and giveth him not for his work. Jeremiah 22nd, chapter 13, verse. As the hatched offspring soon recognized that another type of bird had been sitting on the eggs, and so left the false mother, so a man ill-guided gang will leave him, and he will be shown to be a fool. Jesus will not let the gift bless you like you think with an unjust plan. Christ says to place the income he created through me in my hands to help you. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven, Matthew 5th chapter 16 verse. You are the light of the world, describes the essential mission of the Christian to the world. He is a conditioned salt to meet the world's needs, and he has a mission like to the world. God told me I cannot work for you because you gave the glory to yourselves. The income was designed to work Jesus' way to establish his righteous deeds in us for our protection against the enemy. When a man's ways please the Lord, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. Proverbs 16, chapter 7, verse. Rather, he will travel down the path of life, that is, the path leading to life, which will terminate in God's joyful presence. God don't need you. You do need him. God's protection plan will work better than yours. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he would drown in the depth of the sea. Matthew 18, chapter 6, verse. When you place your behinds in my face, you ask for death. Offenses are viewed as a reality that must be accepted in the present world. God said protection of his property that he want to give for us, but you reject it.
Next up will be Prophet Curtis Harrison. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, good morning, good evening. It's good evening, afternoon. This is Prophet Curtis Harrison Martin Harrison. I'm actually, I want to talk to you about the Donnelly Howard office there, food stamp office. That office is ran crazy. And I think Sheila Jones is the council, not council, but is the state representative over that office. I've been going there. I'm waiting on, I applied for food stamps in July. I haven't got them yet. I'm approved for food stamps. It is now October. I'm approved for food stamps, and I haven't got them yet. Between the mail and her office, I haven't got food stamps that I applied for and approved for in July. See, that's the type of stuff we're talking about in the city. See, the little things become big things. Now, I ain't the only one got to complain about that office. There's people in communities, elderly people in all y'all districts that complain about buildings being ran right, drugs in their building. They feel unsafe in the place where they sleep at. Still talking about homeless people down on our streets. 19 folk died of homelessness, froze to death on our streets. We cannot let that happen again. Not on my watch, not under our watch. Okay, people out here are being raped underneath bridges, and not just underneath bridges, and not just in crack houses, but things like that is happening in our city. So if you're gonna hate me for the right reason. If you don't dislike me for doing what's right. You know, I'd rather do what's right and be hated for it than do what's wrong and be liked for it. Okay, so that's my motto. Okay, so I want to talk to Ms. Sheila Jones. I'm being polite right now. So I really want to talk to her. Y'all have a good day.
Next up will be Andrea Young. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Andrea Young, and I'm the Executive Director of the ACLU of Georgia and an Atlanta homeowner. I'm here today to urge the immediate approval of the full contract awarded to the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Program. In October of 2022, the ACLU of Georgia released a report, There Are Better Solutions. We were able to provide evidence-based solutions that would help to alleviate the massive human costs of overcrowding and safety in our jails. Our public safety system is plagued by unaffordable bail, delayed indictments, and underutilization of pre-arrest diversion. One of our solutions was to increase utilization of the Police Alternatives and Diversion Program. We found a significant number of people could have been diverted and received services as opposed to languishing in the Fulton County Jail. We honored Coach Walker today. Some of our folks didn't get these programs or need another chance to get on track. We also conducted a poll that found Atlanta voters agree that people with substance abuse and mental health issues and or homelessness need treatment rather than jail. PAD has proved to be a lifeline for City of Atlanta residents. Excuse me, residents like Renfro, who in 2021 became homeless after facing challenges with his health, family, and career. After being diverted to PAD in March of 2022, he ultimately secured his own home in April of 2024. Renfro is just one of the many people that PAD has served. So I urge you to move forward with the contract that was awarded, not just stopgap measures, so that PAD can continue to provide the critical services to enhance public safety for all members of the Atlanta community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Terica Gansey. Due to yielded time, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, City Council members. I am Terica Redfield Gansey, and I am the Executive Director of the Southern Center for Human Rights. At the Southern Center, we work for equality, dignity, and justice for people impacted by criminal legal systems across the Deep South. SCHR's work to transform criminal legal systems is expansive. We litigate, advocate, and educate to end human rights abuses in jails and prisons, stop the criminalization of poverty, and stem the tide of people flowing into carceral systems. As the leader of this nearly 50-year-old human rights organization, I am alarmed that this council and the city may not be fully supportive of the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative, an organization that is having significant impact on our communities. I implore you to fully fund PAD as a testament to your commitment to innovative solutions to the city's problems. As the tragic killing of Deacon Johnny Holloman during a minor traffic accident lays bare, the Atlanta Police Department has a dangerous use of force problem. The level of aggression that killed Mr. Holloman is not an anomaly. This is why we need Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative, a critical life-saving diversion program that needs the city's support to continue its vital work. We owe this to Atlanta residents who are too often targeted and harmed by police violence. In 2021, with support from Microsoft, the Southern Center for Human Rights embarked on a year-long project to study use of force by the Atlanta Police Department. We used national data as well as data from APD's own use of force dashboard that detailed incidents when force was used against Atlanta residents, including the race, age, and gender of citizens and officers involved, the nature of the incident that precipitated the use of force, and a number of other factors. We've previously shared our findings and recommendations, and we brought additional copies here today. But I will highlight a couple of findings to refresh your memory. APD is better funded than nearly 3/4 of other law enforcement agencies nationwide. Despite this, as of 2022, APD had one of the highest rates of use of force in the nation, disproportionately used force against Black residents, and often used force in situations where the underlying supposed offense was minor, such as a traffic offense. The data indicates that many of the people who are harmed by APD suffer from extreme poverty, substance abuse, and or mental illness, conditions that PAD is designed to successfully address. Clearly, increased funding for the Atlanta Police Department isn't working to curb their violence against residents. The next most logical step is to divert as many people as possible away from APD through programs that focus on addressing extreme poverty, mental illness, and drug abuse. In a time when other major cities are investing more in non-law enforcement responses to crisis, it's disheartening that the city of Atlanta could be moving backwards rather than continuing to lead the way forward. Several of you have contacted me directly to express your strong support for PAD, and I thank you. I'm hopeful that those of you who are still unsure whether, for example, it's cheaper to fund PAD than it is to pay to defend lawsuits or pay out settlements to family members who are victims of police violence, I'm hopeful that you will interrogate what you really hope to achieve for this city in terms of community safety. The cost of an entire year of funding PAD is less than one payout to, in a high-profile case, to a family member of a victim of police violence. The city is not made safer when you spend taxpayer dollars on defending lawsuits rather than providing the help that Atlanta residents need to thrive. PAD is a fiscally responsible investment in community safety in the city of Atlanta. Atlanta needs PAD, and Atlantans deserve PAD. When there was discussion about closing the Atlanta City Detention Center, this body and the Fulton County Commission stated that you were concerned about inhumane conditions in the local jails due to overcrowding. We maintain that making more bed space to cage more people is not the answer. And as the death toll continues to mount in these jails, even in ACDC, we have unfortunately been proven right. Nevertheless, if we take you at your word that you want to do the humane thing, we encourage you to consider these facts. Atlanta jails are overcrowded, unsafe, and unsanitary. They are woefully mismanaged. In addition to the frightening and sickening number of people who have died or been seriously injured in these jails, the number of staff members who themselves have been arrested for their misconduct during their official duty should be cause for alarm. PAD helps reduce the number of people in jail by providing an effective alternative to incarceration. There is no real question about whether PAD is a game-changing idea born by community and for community. I invite you to visit PAD's website for first-hand accounts of how PAD is changing lives. This body's support of PAD has been one of the smartest and most consequential decisions regarding criminal justice. And as the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I might add, certainly don't destroy it. PAD works. It has been working for years, and it has grown only more impactful with time. And it is what the community wants. Through more than 100 engaged residents in our town halls and cross-town conversation, a resounding message emerged. Our community seeks alternatives to traditional policing. PAD embodies this collective desire for safer, more equitable solutions. Rather than strip PAD of funding, I encourage you to promote PAD to your constituents, help move and expand marketing campaigns for 311, who was just honored today, so that citizens know they have an option other than law enforcement in crisis, and hold APD more accountable for diverting appropriate cases to PAD. I urge the City Council to fully fund the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative. Let us lead Atlanta into a future where public safety is achieved through a shared vision that puts Atlanta at the forefront of what's possible in building healthy communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Tiffany Roberts. Due to yield the time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Roberts. I am the Public Policy Director at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I do want to take a moment and just say, in light of honoring Mr. Walker, as you all were honoring Mr. Walker, I pulled up a picture in my phone from me at about 2.5 years old, my brother at 7, and my other brother at 11 as Ben Hill Tigers. And so when I think about Mr. Walker and how just last week my mother was saying that she and my godmother were going to take him to lunch to honor his retirement, I think about the fabric of Atlanta and how much so many of us who advocate for the least of these really do love this city. As our executive director has shared, it is our mission at Southern Center to decriminalize race and poverty in America's Deep South through embracing principles of dignity, equality, and justice. I too am here to urge you to approve long-term funding for Policing Alternatives and the Diversion Initiative by approving the authorizing legislation. Month-to-month funding on the basis of manufactured concerns and coordinated disinformation strategies undermines PAD, its employees, its participants, and all people committed to community-led public safety in Atlanta. El Haj Malik Al-Shabazz, formerly known as Malcolm X, said, "If we are not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people being oppressed and loving the people doing the oppressing." This was, of course, a warning for people who would allow media trickery to lead them to misunderstand the world's injustices. A cautionary plea to people who attack the doers and the healers on behalf of bad actors. I suppose it could have also been a flag to those who designed disinformation to further harm the oppressed. It was notice. It was, we see you. SCHR has been monitoring committee meetings and are gravely concerned about disinformation and dishonest critique being wielded against Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative. We first noticed this conduct 2 years ago when PAD came before you and explained how the jail lease, which has now resulted in 2 deaths in ACDC alone, would negatively impact their participants. We remember the term RFP being thrown around as a threat to PAD. And now that you have made good on your threat, and PAD was the sole agency to apply to provide alternative responders through 311 and 911, a few of you are balking at executing their contract. In an email of August 9th, a City of Atlanta Justice Reform employee emailed COO LaShondra Burks for the account string to add to PAD's contract. He emailed again weeks later on August 23rd with the same question. COO Burks then emailed Mohammed Bala for the account string. Through our open records request, we were not provided with additional correspondence, so that's where our understanding of this exchange ends. But then on September 25th, the legislation to fund PAD was held in committee. On the day before that, during the Community Development Human Services Committee, 2 members of this body shamelessly exploited the presentation of a homelessness service provider by peppering their conversation with that provider with misinformation about PAD. The effort to sabotage PAD was fairly transparent because one of the council members offering commentary regarding PAD does not even serve on that committee. These misstatements included, 1, that the allegation that PAD does not maintain relationships of trust with their participants despite deep documentation of the role of care navigators. 2, complaining about not knowing where the city's money is going, despite PAD accomplishments, operations, and budget being on the website and presented to you on a very regular basis. And 3, making jokes about PAD operating hours as though council is not at liberty to raise additional funding to expand PAD operations. The organization being pitted against PAD is not a diversion model. They do good work. It is a services model. These two kinds of organizations can and must coexist. The flagrant and public mischaracterization of PAD is not only troubling because it demonstrates a lack of understanding and rigor from council members, it is troubling because many of us were there when PAD began. PAD sprang from advocacy of community organizations opposing legislation that would have banished sex workers from the city limits. Some of us, myself included, founded a group called Building Locally Organized for Community Safety, Blocks, and we pressured the city to stand up a work session on this legislation. We began to present to this body diversion models. Then came the inception of the Solutions and Night Punishment Coalition, the ascension of Women on the Rise, and so many others. 2 years of meetings, site visits, and a pilot birthed a program that is one of a kind. Instead of limiting the scope of PAD to sex work or homelessness, we wanted law enforcement to have the discretion to divert anyone if they believed probable cause arose because of extreme poverty, problematic substance use, or unmet mental health needs. Over time, PAD not only responded to law enforcement diversions, but could also respond to 311 and 911 calls to assist people. Thus, they were no longer pre-arrest diversion. They were Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative. The mission of PAD is to illuminate the reality that community safety is not a function of people with guns and badges. It is a function of providing resources to those most in need of them without the requirement that they be caged and cuffed. So we do not only support PAD, we support national legislation that creates pathways for holistic approaches to safety on a large scale. The nation is moving toward embracing organizations like PAD. As one example, we are a proud supporter of the People's Response Act, which is federal legislation, which Nikema Williams is a co-sponsor. We provided a copy of the one-pager and the full legislation to you in your packets. This will provide over $11 billion in grant funding, on-the-ground federal responders, models that local, statewide, and tribal governments could use to allow communities to lead their own public safety models. Why is Atlanta considering holding up a wrecking ball when it should be holding up PAD as a model that can alleviate human suffering across this country? Why are you turning away from a program that could continue to bring resources, financial resources, into this city? We will be hosting an event on November the 3rd to amplify the People's Response Act and to demonstrate to our neighbors that we believe that together we can truly foster a compassionate and safe Atlanta. In criminal legal reform, in criminal legal litigation, there is a construct called the trial tax. And the trial tax refers to what judges do when they want to punish someone for exercising their right to a fair trial. This penalty exists because challenging systems, especially unjust systems, is received as heresy when the leaders have no vision. It is our sincerest hope that PAD is not being subjected to a courage tax. Their fervent advocacy for people in need of their services should not be met with immoral threats and unethical maneuvering. Had you heeded their warning about the jail, there would not be blood staining a building that could have been converted to a center for wellness and healing by now. You owe them an apology and you owe them gratitude. If you will not offer your thanks, we will do it on behalf of the people of Atlanta. To the 60 employees whose livelihoods some of you threaten, we say thank you. To the thousands of people who remain in need of services you successfully sabotage PAD, we say we will stand with you. And to the people whom Brother Malcolm warned us about, we say be careful lest your dishonesty comes back to haunt you. Because these meetings are held on Monday mornings when I come here, I often have the sermon I just heard the day before in my mind. Yesterday, the message was about people who herald the divine only to elevate themselves. For those of us who believe that there is no higher calling than to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly, it is disorienting to witness some of you running around, touting the virtues of justice while on presidential campaign trails, even as you wage brutal attacks on the least of these. To call on the name of justice for self-edification is the betrayal of your people. It is never too late to turn away from that and fully fund PAD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Brad Schweers. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council members. My name is Brad Schweers, Executive Director of In-Town Cares. We are a homeless service agency working to prevent and reverse homelessness and hunger in town Atlanta. Our specialty in the homeless service world is in outreach and navigation work. We've been a part of housing over 1,000 people who experience unsheltered homelessness since 2017. Homeless services is an ecosystem. We take a long-term approach at In-Town Cares, building relationships and trust over time. We do not respond in real time. Nobody does except for PAD. And so I'm here to support legislation to continue to fund PAD, certainly throughout this year into 2025 and beyond. So let me tell you a little bit about what that looks like for us in our East Atlanta project. We were able to, with several council members in the mayor's office and organizations in East Atlanta, run a pilot to put one of our case managers into the East Atlanta Village to engage people experiencing unsheltered homelessness, working alongside 911, working alongside 311 and PAD. So we gave community members resources in terms of where do you call when, if there's someone who's committing a crime, a violent crime, you call 911. If you'd like long-term engagement, give us a call. If someone's in threat of being arrested for being homeless, you call PAD and 311. So as a city, we need more tools in our tool belts. We need shelters, we need street medicine, we need showers, we need faith communities on the streets, and we need diversion. PAD's diversion work is an essential tool, and without which we are all shorthanded. Without PAD's work, more neighbors experiencing homelessness would go to jail, and everyone loses in that situation. Certainly the members of our team, people experiencing homelessness and everyone in the community. So I encourage you to
Time's
renew funding for 2025 and beyond so we don't take a step back. Thank you.
Next will be Craig Galanos. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Council, my name is Craig Galanos with the newly formed Atlanta Beautification Committee in Grant Park. We are dedicated to the eradication of graffiti in the city of Atlanta. My tipping point was the vandalism of the Living Walls Rainbow mural on Boulevard, which is now entirely defaced and destroyed. Graffiti is a blight that will take a multifaceted approach of government, corporate, volunteer, and possibly the most important component will be the legislative criminalization of graffiti vandalism to include fines, jail, and mandatory performance of 1,000 hours of community service to remedy the same vandalism they created. I've drafted, with the help of ChatGPT, some legislation which can be expanded upon by this council and enacted as soon as possible to put teeth into the city code to deter and punish these vandals. There are only about 20 egregious violators, and with the reward we will be posting for the arrest and conviction, we can clean up Atlanta, making it more livable again. I hope you will consider supporting my work in eradicating graffiti in Atlanta by enacting new legislation to reform these scufflaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be DeJuan Robinson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. I'd like to first start off by saying I'm going to make you guys aware because we have certain council members always claim that they don't know. So today the train was stuck in the tunnels at the world's busiest airport, causing a lot of delays and people missing their flight and home were in danger today. So some of you are going to say you didn't know, you didn't get this. This is the same business airport that ranked 3rd in the country for customer service. So for many of you that are not on transportation, Ms. Boone, we are dead last for customer service. So when the airport come make these fancy videos, we need to start asking them questions because too often time we say we don't know. And we like to take pictures with the airport, but yet and still we're dead last. There was a young lady I spoke on about a couple of months ago. She's in the HR department. Her name is April Weeks. And through further investigation, I found out, Ms. Boone, that April Weeks is one that the city should be modeling our city employees after. She's a young lady that started off making $11 an hour, did not have a college degree, worked her way up, and now she's the executive assistant to the HR commissioner, where she has served under 7 since she's been in that role. And I think we need to start patting people on the back like her, Mr. Theo Pace, LaShondra Burks, who started off making bare minimum wage and have worked their way up to 6 figures. So Ms. April Weeks, if you're in the building today, I do apologize for that information. Since many people are here today speaking on PAD, I was very critical of PAD, spoke out against PAD. The CEO of PAD invited me to their building. I did a walk around. I found no one in there twiddling their thumbs. I found everybody in there working hard. I have not did my thorough investigation about the money with PAD, but what I did look into with PAD is that I think 400 people last year that would have gone to jail had it not been for PAD found alternative diversions and they didn't go to jail, which APD was trying to arrest them for. And because PAD intercepted that call, they sought help instead of going to jail. So I do think that we're on the right trajectory when it comes to PAD. So Coach Walker brought a lot of people out today, but one of the main reasons why I'm here, as a true Atlanta native born and raised here, I remember not just 60 years ago, if you were black, you couldn't buy over $20 worth of grocery right here on Whitehall Street, Ms. Boone, I'm sure you know. If you were black, you couldn't get a business license in the city of Atlanta, let alone an alcohol license. You couldn't get a business license in the city of Atlanta. These are facts. Downtown Atlanta and Midtown was owned by all white owners or Jewish owners. We probably didn't have a mass gun problem down there where people were losing their lives due to gun violence. But guess what, Mr. Lewis? You had a bunch of overdosing going on. You had a bunch of violence downtown. Nobody never wrote a nuisance law saying that the white owners would lose their clubs or you had to shut down early because of the violence that was downtown. We couldn't blame it on the blacks because we wasn't allowed to own any establishments in the civil right home of city of Atlanta. This is not the first time that we're facing a nuisance vote that you guys are going to vote later today. They tried to pass it through public safety when Mr. Dustin Hillis was the chair. That if you get in trouble 1 year, Mr. Bond, you will lose your license for a year. Second time, indefinitely. This is why it's so important for you to be here, Mr. Bond, because you're born and raised here. Your father was a front street fighter. It's in your blood. It's very important that you be here through public comment because you need to hear what's going on. I don't know how this passed out of public safety. It's the third time. Why are we attacking the nightlife? This is hurting black and white. But let's just be honest, it's mainly hurting blacks. I will not accuse Mr. Warren of this today because I heard also that Mr. Warren, for the last 2 years, I think, have tried to reach out to the nightlife and others and engage in this conversation. But it still don't take away the fact that this should not have gone through. It shouldn't even be a conversation. If you got a patio, you can't be on your patio past midnight, but I can serve till 2:30 in the morning. No, man, especially when I sat there and watched the Buckhead Saloon burn when you got a damn fire station right next door. Nobody asked that question. How do you burn all night for 12 hours and a fire station right next door? If that don't smell funny, I don't know what does. Nobody asked that damn question that day. Mr. Shook, you didn't ask that. Dustin Hillis, Howard Shook, Alex Warren, Mary Norwood. Nobody asked how Buckhead Saloon burned while you got a brand new fire station right next door. But we keep attacking black and white establishments. Now we saying you got to close at 12. Ms. Boone, Ms. Overstreet, you guys just did a ribbon cutting that big old Bosch last week. He got a patio. He got to shut down at 12. He ain't even open up to have no violation. But guess what? He got to be shut down. Come on, man. When are we going to be intentional about helping black businesses? When are we going to be intentional about that? Every other race are intentional about helping their people. We don't. Why? Maynard was very intentional. Your father, Julian Bond, was very intentional. Your father, Mr. Boone, Joe Boone, was very intentional about helping black businesses. Being pro-black don't mean we don't like white folks or don't stand with it. It means that you're intentional about your people. Everybody else is intentional about their people, but us. So when I look and see Mr. Bond born and raised in Atlanta, Mr. Lewis born and raised in Atlanta, Ms. Overstreet, Ms. Boone, Mr. Amos born and raised in Atlanta. We can't have this today or no other day. We can't have this, man. Why do we keep coming out here fighting the nuisance of these clubs? Now the bad actors, hey, I don't come down here speaking up for them. Man, we got a bunch of decent, law-abiding restaurant owners, lounge owners. And we can't allow that, man. I can't be friends with you and you take up for me, but you don't take up for them. No, man, don't work that way. Everybody has to be treated fair in here. On another note before I close out, man. We have a young lady, Jerice Isaacs. Many of you probably got the email. She came in with Tarlisha Smith, Mr. Faroki. She never stepped foot in Atlanta, Ms. Boone. Guess what? She on payroll with HR making $205, Mr. Bond. Still living in Miami. Never stepped foot in Atlanta. Jerisa Isaac on law department. Look into that today because one of your former colleagues, Candy Coley, have been asked to investigate it, have turned a blind eye. She's right now making $205. I didn't just get this today to speak on it. I've looked into it. Never set foot, never even interviewed. Because guess what? Her BFF, who was the commissioner, hired her. She didn't have to step foot in that Atlanta interview. She's making $205 on the HR budget. On the HR payroll. Have never set foot in Atlanta, Ms. Boone. Jerisa Isaacs, 205 HR. So we got to stop saying we don't know. We ain't heard about this. But I'm going to end this with this, man. We cannot allow, let me tell you something. For most black owners in Atlanta, let's just be honest. 98% of the business come from black folks. White folks might step in and spend a little money here and there, but they don't carry the success of black business. But black folks carry the success of white business, Chinese, Asian, Mexican. You won't find an authentic Mexican eating at a Mexican restaurant. You go to PF Chain and tell me that you see a room full of Chinese in there. Heck no. You won't. Black people support black business to keep it thriving. We can't afford that. White folks gonna support white business. You better believe they are. They are. And they losing in this too. We got too much that are dividing us in Atlanta, man. When y'all realize that we are better together, we are stronger together. And Mr. Shipman, what I will say that you are a different man up there when you got these folks down here that throw them balls up there. Hey, man, the way you lead is different than when they down here. I like to see that all the time now. We can't pick and choose, man. We got to be honest and fair in this city, man. We cannot have the attack on black business, white business, brown business, but specifically black business. I'm a man that is intentional about helping everyone, but I'm a black man. It affects me because I go to black businesses. We can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be J. Wesley Day. Due to yield of time, you have up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. It's kind of an honor to come after Dr. Robinson. I hate he left out the room, but he spoke about black businesses. My perspective is a little bit different because I was attacked, you all, in a hate crime in 2018. And it's been black people that have created the most harm against me. It was 5 black men that beat me at the Joystick Game Bar. It was a black Solicitor General, Keith Gamage, who charged me with the misdemeanor disorderly conduct after I was jumped and had my assailants filmed on camera. It was a black man, Keith Gamage, that took that disorderly conduct and sent it to Fonnie Willis and say, give this man a felony. I come from the hard knocks life of the west side of Chicago and Brooklyn, New York, and never had a criminal charge a day in my life until November 2018 when I was beaten into a coma, got a misdemeanor, got a felony, and then the black people here have done nothing to support me. Julian Bond, Dr. Robinson just spoke about your father and your legacy, Ms. Overstreet, Ms. Boone. I mean, you all have heard me here. I can't even say anything about the white people on this board because the black people have not done a damn thing to assist me. And I apologize, Ms. Boone, for my passion at the last safety meeting, but it's aggravating. And if you really look at this, I only speak fact-based information. It's clear that someone is retaliating against me. Here it is, I was at the Cheesecake Factory in 2020. I'm waiting on a $100 food order. The police come and tap me and say, sir, you need to go. I got 2 bachelor's, 2 master's degrees. I'm gonna ask you, as any reasonable person would, why? They said, because we said so. I said, well, that's not good enough for me. I need to either get a refund or I'm need my food. How many of y'all gonna leave a $100 food order at the Cheesecake Factory? Raise your hand. Nobody, exactly. They put me in handcuffs, take me to jail, charge me with trespassing. But guess what Keith Gamage did? Waited nearly 2 years later and went and added obstruction of justice to a police officer to that charge. Why? He claims he's all about fair, smart, and restorative justice. How is that smart, fair, restorative when you're charging a bright, civically engaged citizen? Some of these people may know, I know Richard know, I created the Atlanta Nightlife Task Force. I was up here advocating and fighting at city council meetings. Some of you all may remember that, but like Dr. Robinson said, y'all act like y'all don't remember anything or know anything. Amir Faroqi know I met with him about the nightlife. Dustin Hillis know I met with him about the nightlife. Matt Westmoreland know I met with him about the nightlife. But guess what? Your then councilman, Andre Dickens, called me in the office and say, put together a blueprint of how I can present this to Keisha Lance Bottoms and have it as under the mayor's cabinet. But guess what he did when he became mayor? He took that blueprint and created the Nightlife Task Force. But where are they today when those bar owners need them now? I haven't heard not one thing that the Nightlife Task Force have done under Mayor Dickens' office. But it's just been continuous, egregious behavior that I have experienced from the council, the Fulton Council, and no one will ask Keith Gamage, how many people have you charged with a disorderly conduct that you upgraded to a felony? Just ask him that question. He has declined the Freedom of Information Act, but if he don't have nothing to hide, Antonio Lewis, that's your homie. You stand
Time has expired, Mr. Day.
Ask him how many people who've had a disorderly conduct that you charged and upgraded
Time has
to a
expired.
felony.
Thank
I
you.
guarantee I might be the only one.
Next up will
That is
be
no answer to everything.
Devin Franklin. Due to yielded,
Two bachelors, two masters.
Due to
I
yielded
only worked
time.
Two $15 jobs. I have served Dustin
Thank
Hillis,
you.
who didn't even leave me a tip. I have served
Thank you.
Byron Amos that only left me a $2 tip, and I'm making
Mr. Franklin.
an hour with two bachelors and two masters. How does that make sense?
Mr. Franklin, you'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Good afternoon, council persons. My name is Devin Franklin. I am Movement Policy Counsel at the Southern Center for Human Rights. Today, you have already heard from my Executive Director, Terica Gansey, regarding the documented and objectively sourced data laying out the dangerous and racially disparate and, as it pertains to the financial coffers of the city, consequently expensive patterns and practices of the Atlanta Police Department. She spoke to you about how cities across the country are making substantive, meaningful investments in non-law enforcement responses to community needs and to crisis, while some of you attempt to work back channels to disparage and cast aspersions to delay and effectively defund Atlanta's own acclaimed model of diversion, that being Policing Alternatives and Diversions Initiative. Our Public Policy Director, Tiffany Roberts, spoke to you all about the historical significance of PAD, why it was both insulting and painful to watch the committee meeting where their efficacy and integrity were drawn into question, where they were not present to answer or defend themselves. After all, PAD is a creation of community working together at its best. It was built on the imagination and the labor and sweat equity of community organizations, and how it stands as an exemplary model of how support and love and care as an alternative to handcuffs can heal both people and communities. The discussion about the net benefit that PAD provides to Atlanta cannot be properly understood, however, or properly weighted without discussion about the human costs of an Atlanta without PAD. Today, I will connect the dots. As you all on council are well aware, but the viewing public may not be, I spent well over a decade of my life as a public defender in Fulton County, having the honor to stand beside and fight for literally thousands of individuals facing prosecution in Fulton County and the overwhelming majority of those prosecutions being the result of cases being pursued by Atlanta Police Department. I know very well the volume of persons who were brought into the arms of the state, who have been failed by the system's instinct to punish and its hesitancy to help. I know far too well the consequences of a reliance on arrest and prosecution as a salve to a wound. And it is a consequence you all know very well, that consequences over incarceration. In Atlanta, over incarceration has meant death for far too many held in Fulton County and City of Atlanta jails. Since 2022, more than 30 people have died in Fulton County custody, largely as a result of the jail's overcrowding. It being filled past the tilt with so many people who could have and should have been referred to alternative services, such as PAD, but instead are made to sit and wait for months on ends or sometimes years for a chance at a swipe at prosecutorial justice. This iteration of Atlanta City Council has previously reneged on the promise of investment in community, choosing to renege on the promise of conversion of the Atlanta City Detention Center into a center for equity and wellness, and when given the choice, to give the option of instead choosing to lease bed space to Fulton County Sheriff's Office. It chose to not decarcerate, but chose to give more bed spaces. And we were here and we told you all that it wouldn't work. I came back a bunch of times and told you when it wasn't working. It had become second hat for me to attend these meetings and update you all as to the failures of your legislation. But it's been some time since I've been here to do so. However, now feels like as good a time as any to remind you all, since we are again at a moment where you have a choice to choose between investing in resources and services that directly improve the lives of Atlantans, or again to fail to take action. As of this morning, if you all have the Sheriff's app on your phone, you can pull it up. Nearly 20 months after the lease of the 700 beds at ACDC to Fulton County Sheriff, that lease is under capacity. A total of 411 persons are being held at ACDC, only about 100 of which are the men that were supposed to be removed from the floors at Rice Street. And based on information that we obtained through open records requests, only about 100 of those men are there. The rest are the women that we told you have only been relocated from Union City to ACDC. That lease was intended to solve the overcrowding issue at Rice Street. But as of this morning, as of this morning, the total jail population is still over capacity by over 400 people. Your plan did not work, and people have died as a result. That number includes the beds that Fulton leases to ACDC and other places like Cobb County. And I bring up Cobb County for a really big reason. Since your approval of the bed lease to Fulton, at least 15 people have died since that action by this body. And despite how pristine the conditions of that building were, the pristine conditions that were supposed to save lives, 2 of those persons died in Atlanta City Detention Center. A third died 2 days ago. He was a 62-year-old man being housed in Cobb County after having been arrested by APD. The cause of his encountering Atlanta Police Department, the reason that led to his arrest, was a criminal trespass, a divertible charge that was not referred. So again, I ask you to invest in PAD, to invest in life, or.
Thank you. Next up will be Adam Wadley. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. My name is Adam Stephan Wadley. I am a volunteer radio host at WRFG Atlanta, and I'm part of the movement for justice for Devon Anderson. In the past few weeks, I've become friends with his mother, Valerie Anderson. I've seen the depth of her grief and the power of her determination to honor all that she has left of her son, Devon, his memory. We demand to know why Melvin Potter still walks free, why he still remains employed by Atlanta Police Department, and why his blood was not drawn at Grady Hospital despite a warrant being issued. Valerie Anderson doesn't even have a case number. Last year, I brought Dr. Ben Zweibelson of U.S. Space Command to your attention pursuant to the Public Safety Training Center. He has committed himself to transforming the military from the inside because he sees how its backwardness threatens all of our lives. These are the same sorts of problems we face in police forces and those like you who are supposed to lead them and provide oversight. I came here to pound the table and say his name louder, Dr. Zweibelson, so you could look into him and learn and tell the oligarchs who think they own you a thing or two about intellectual and moral courage. I call on GBI to release its report immediately and tell Valerie Anderson what the hell is taking so long. I call on Darren Shearbaum to fire Melvin Potter immediately. I call on DA Willis to charge Potter with murder now. I call on Atlanta City Council, you, to use every means at your disposal to help make these things happen. I call on FBI Atlanta Special Agent in Charge, Carrie Farley, to intervene into these unresponsive and corrupt local and state institutions. I call on all political, police, military, intelligence, and corporate leaders to recognize that all of our lives depend on developing institutions of integrity. We have to make sure that those who enforce the law follow the law. We have to make sure that our police and military are incorporating the best ideas like those of Dr. Zweibelson. We have to get justice for Devon Anderson, and we won't stop until we do, or until we all die due to the short-sightedness or cowardice of supposed leaders like you. In all these things, I'm at your service. You can reach me at adam@wrfg.org, and I can give you official contact information for Dr. Zweibelson. I hope you will listen to those of goodwill who are seeking to help broken institutions improve, or it's going to cost us all dearly.
Thank you, Mr. Wadley.
If I don't get
Your
no
time
sleep,
has
you
expired,
don't get
Mr.
no
Wadley.
sleep. Justice
Thank you very
delayed,
much.
justice denied.
There are
Make
others
it make
waiting.
sense and do your job.
Thank you, Mr. Wadley. Next will be Doc Allen. Doc Allen, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Here I am again today. We're dealing with nightlife issues. Mr. Warren, I understand you have an ordinance that's already been in place and, you want to enforce it, but there's a lot of issues that's dealing with it. And I ask that anything that deals with nightlife, you talk to the businesses that are in your district and at least get some kind of understanding from it as well. I know you're handcuffed by the residents that are in your district, but things we do in the nightlife is, I support your school, Horizon Atlanta. Every summer when there's $2,500 that need to be donated to a kid to attend that 6 weeks program, that money comes from nightlife. So I need for you to understand that. I get extremely passionate about it because nightlife is being attacked for the wrong reasons. I spend countless hours with some of your constituents that's sitting up here with you, dealing with stuff that are dealing with kids that are in this community. I don't spend time coming up here talking about nightlife. William Walker, C.T. Martin, Grove Park, Roselle Fan, those are the countless hours that I spend in this city hall working on how to give back to the community and give back to the kids in the community. 90% of that money comes from nightlife. So you're having an issue with patios having music on them. That's just Atlanta. You shouldn't attack that. Have a dialogue with us. Send it back to the committee. Let's revise it. Let's sit down and have a conversation. I'm not asking you to kill it. Send it back to the committee. Speak with the nightlife. Let's figure out what works for both of us. That's all I'm asking. That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Courtney Foster. Courtney Foster. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Atlanta City Council. I'm Courtney Foster, a member of Mayor Dickens' Nightlife Advisory Committee. I'm here alongside my fellow committee members and nightlife stakeholders to address the issues that we have with this ordinance 24-0-1376. Let me begin by saying the overall goal is to give voice to stakeholders moving forward regarding laws and ordinances that directly impact our operations and livelihoods while providing insights to City Council to make informed decisions that best serve all parties impacted. We've detailed our requests in a letter that was sent out to City Council by Richard Tang. Everyone can agree that the legislation written during the Prohibition era is not equipped to best serve modern situations. We appreciate the City Council recognizing the need for revisions to this legislation. However, while you're doing the work to make revisions, we have additional requests that we would like to see acknowledged in the process. In the future, we would like for any new legislation presented by ATAG 3 to be presented to the Nightlife Advisory Committee with a provision of 90 days to review legislation, gather feedback from nightlife stakeholders, and present recommendations based on that feedback. The discussion of this topic has brought up many conversations with venue owners over the past week, and the thing I'm hearing consistently is that this is the most difficult year in business they've ever experienced. On top of staffing issues, landlord issues, and the ongoing inflation, these business owners don't need to feel like the City of Atlanta is attacking their businesses. You have an opportunity today to show them support. Send this back to committee and let's make revisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Margie McLeod. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I know it's been 2 years I've been down, talking about rent control, and that's the solution. Okay, Overstreet, know that, in your community also. But what the problem that I'm having, we're having false hope. Some of the children, young ladies want to come, but I'm their face. You got this new program called, you tell them go online, called housinghelpcenter.com. They get online, guess what you say? We'll get back with you 48 hours. Tick tock, tick tock. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. People have not got back with them. Stop taking their data. They had the event at St. Peter. You took all these people's data. You didn't deal with the data a year ago in September when the people applied, 25,000 people applied for Section A. So how are you going to tell these people that they're going to get housing? Yes, you have housing, but guess what? They don't make enough money. So stop playing games. Y'all keep playing games. I know it's election time, Mayor. Be for real. Stop taking these children data because they're calling me. And then that House Bill 404 is making it worse because it's increasing homeless more because they are putting people out in 7 days. They go to the court say, oh, I got more, bye. Oh, landlord didn't do anything. Whoever support that House Bill 404 is increasing more homeless. And yes, we need PAD. I wish I had PAD when I had a homeless guy that lost his children. So what I'm saying to you, Mayor, Housing Help Center is
time has expired.
It's a game. Stop playing with these people. They are human beings. That's what I'm saying. Stop. And we do need rent control, and that is your solution. And I know I got to go to the governor. I'm telling all the people, if you want rent control, you got to call the governor because they don't want to do it, and y'all can do it. And that's the only solution you're going to have. We cap on that rent. And Biden, we cannot, wait, we need it now.
Time has expired. Next will be Valerie Anderson.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Okay, Justin, I'm going to run against you.
Next will be Valerie Anderson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon.
My name is Valerie Anderson, Devon Anderson's mom, whose son was murdered on August 5th, 2024. And it has been 2 months since I've heard anything, I mean anything, about my son's murder. And I am here today to talk about how I and my family have been feeling. How distraught I am as a mother. How I feel every day I get up. Crying over the loss of my son. Having to force myself to believe my son is gone. And there has been no accountability to me as to what happened to my son. I need to know what happened to my son. It's been 2 months. Why haven't I heard anything about what happened to my son? As I said before, I'm not going anywhere until I get justice for my son. Wholeheartedly, I mean that. Because Devon Anderson Jr. had a mom and families and siblings and a community that loved him very much. You may not know my son or don't care to know my son, but my son is a human being, well-loved human being, and a decent young man at 38. And he was taken from me at 38 from Melvin Potter. I cry over every day missing my son. Every day. With the realization that I'm never going to see him again. And times I feel like I have to see him. I need to see him.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
But I know that's not going to happen. And I'm looking for answers for my son.
Time has expired.
So please, again, help me get answers for my son. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Harold Brinkley. Harold Brinkley. Next will be Harold Brinkley. You have up to 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Harold Brinkley, owner of the James Room Beltline location. I come on behalf of the Atlanta Nightlife constituents as well as allies, the Atlanta Nightlife Council. I come to speak on behalf of our concerns about the legislation that is up for vote, about the patios and the noise. I think that when we talk about this, we need proper context, and that context being that while enforcing something that has been in legislation presently but not properly enforced is maybe somewhat archaic and up for review to understand how it makes sense for the ecosystem and current operating conditions of Atlanta nightlife. And not just nightlife, because sometimes we confuse nightlife with hospitality, and we have to sometimes understand that like everything that is nightlife centric isn't always nightclub. You have restaurants, you have lounges, you have hotels, and other businesses within the ecosystem that thrive off of being able to emit sound and music in order to facilitate commerce. Music facilitates commerces and spaces, and it's very important to help people make money in certain times of the night when energy levels are down and they need to, get an upcharge in energy and to continue to spend. And people that aren't a part of that particular industry don't necessarily understand that. So while I do understand it is necessary to protect the citizens as well that own homes in these areas, we have to find some type of symbiotic relationship, some type of balance, and particularly areas where new developments are moving into places where businesses have been pre-existing, and understanding that ultimately we need to take this up a revision and understand how to make it make sense and not eliminate noise, but possibly consider decibels and enforcing maybe a noise portion of this particular legislation as opposed to a complete elimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Walter Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Walter Jordan, a native Atlantan, restaurant owner, and restaurant consultant for over the past 20 years. I'm here today to offer my support and expertise in addressing this proposed legislation concerning the noise ordinance, which will impact our vibrant nightlife and community. In January of 2022, immediately after taking office, the Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens made a bold commitment to enhance the safety and vibrancy of Atlanta's nightlife by forming the NAC. If you remember the NAC, please stand. Thank you. The mayor's intention was to create a group of owners, operators, promoters, and professional service leaders to ensure that the Atlanta nightlife ecosystem remains vibrant, but just as importantly, a safe place. Since the inception of the Nightlife Council, crime has went down. We've trained in CPR. We've trained in life safety. We've done everything that's been asked of us. I come to you today because, however, I believe that referring to this as a noise ordinance and a noise issue place a negative connotation, Councilman Wayne, on this, and the language we use should reflect that. As someone connected to different networks, we have to work better together than apart, Councilman. This ordinance would kill the Beltline, businesses. This ordinance would kill places that's already been established and people are building around them. We need to take this back to the table, take some time, further discuss it, and then come up with a solution that everyone is in agreement with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up will be Ken Roebling. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. We are now entering the fourth quarter of a very difficult year. It will be the most challenging quarter yet. As in football, the two teams will put their best players on the field. The two teams in this game are the corruptors and the taxpayers. The corruptors have the fewest players, but they're the most powerful. They may even have some law enforcement people on their side telling them if there are any investigations looming. The taxpayers have the largest team, but not much power. They may have some city employees looking out for them. As for the concept of a strong mayor and weak council government, this is a construct of the corruptors. They figure it's easier to manipulate one mayor than to manipulate 15 council members. So don't believe that you're weak. And for those of you who are here, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next will be Corey Felder. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Felder. I represent the nightlife community as an owner in Buckhead, West Midtown, and Ponce City Market, and as a member of the Nightlife Advisory Council appointed by our sitting mayor. So I'll start telling the truth. The truth is we take full accountability for the bad apples, period, because they too are us. But I must inform you that this very council I met, that I talk about, hasn't had the opportunity to advise your council. The council was designed to create an understanding of what and how nightlife runs and what government expects out of that operation. For decades, the economy in Atlanta thrived and used entertainment as a whole as the poster to come here, and millions have never left. As a product of the race riot gang war rebuilding Newark, New Jersey, I can tell you that this city is made of gold. But I can also tell you that there are pirates among us. Education is the issue, and I'm not talking APS or charter. I'm talking to say that this council has not had the opportunity to teach your council. We're the connoisseurs who turn into entrepreneurs. The people shining the gold for the NFL, for Sundance. I saw some of you there, great to see you. For World Cup, Microsoft. You know, they didn't move on 17th Street because the Wi-Fi is better. They moved there because they want to be in the mix. I've sat in a meeting where the NFL apologized and admitted that they came to Atlanta because of the culture, and they weren't talking about World of Coke and varsity. They were talking about us. I've also sat in a meeting where I've had 94 calls about nuisance placed on my place of business because of this very legislation to weaponize it. I've lost literal millions around this. You guys just did a deal with the West End Mall, no different than the Beltline. As that the communication continues, we're in place. Let us do our job as you do yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Lamar Price. Lamar Price. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'm speaking on behalf of Devon Anderson, and I also want to talk about Officer Potter, someone who may be still a danger to our community. We don't know if he might get drunk and kill somebody. We don't know if he might have a rage one day and want to kill somebody else with a pistol. My children, see, Devon Anderson wasn't nobody that just was a clubber or anything like that. He was a part of our church community, a brother, an uncle to many, okay? He wasn't just no anybody, an entrepreneur, a music artist, anything you name he did. Talk about uplifting the community, making change in people's lives. And we sitting around here letting this officer just sit around getting paid off of tax dollars and no one's doing nothing about it. If it was somebody else like me who shot an officer, I would be in jail. It would have been so swift. I would have been sitting in jail right now waiting for my arraignment. I will be sitting right now waiting for a trial, but Officer Potter is home with his family or whoever he's with, and I'm quite sure he's getting counsel and all that stuff right now. When we are hurting, our family is hurting. No counsel, nobody calling, nobody checking up on the family. It's so important that when it comes to jurisdictions with different police officers, when they get in trouble, it's a jurisdiction thing, but when a citizen get in trouble, all jurisdictions come together. So divide and conquer, okay? That's what's going on with Atlanta when it want to be divided and conquered, okay? So we need to pick up, y'all need to pick up and push harder for this, for Devon Anderson. We're going to keep making noise. Y'all going to see us. We're going to keep making noise. We're going to get loud, okay? We're going to get loud. It's not over yet. We're going to get loud.
Thank you. Next is Costco Jones. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Somebody come get these handouts. Chop, chop. Got me wasting paper. Good afternoon. Costco Jones, City of Atlanta Clean Energy Advisory Board. I came a little casual today because I represent the people. Let's start with this. We've been going through the year of the youth. I'm a black male, I'm 40 years old, I'm a building scientist. The average building scientist is a 55-year-old white male. I am trying to push for a legislation to make energy audits a comparable pathway instead of real estate inspections to open up the market for the youth. And this is even more important now because we just got a $165 million grant for solar for all. If you take your phone out, go into Google and type in what are the best practices to optimize a home before solar, guess what's going to be on that list? An energy audit. When are people more often to do a project when they first move into their home? Upon purchase, they're 60% more likely to do a project on their home when they first move into the home. Hence, 21,000 homes were purchased in Metro Atlanta, according to the Atlanta Regional Commission. So these are 21,000 potential energy audits for the youth if we can get this legislation in place. I know the city has the power to hold a certificate of occupancy, and that's something that we can control on the city level. So there's literally examples. You have Austin, Texas. You have Santa Fe, New Mexico. You have South Bend, Oregon. And then you have some legislation also getting pushed in South Carolina where you can't even list a home on the real estate, on the MLS, unless it has an energy audit. Let's not get left behind again. Let's look at, and then here's an example. I bought some shoes here just to kind of get people an understanding of why energy audits, because maybe y'all are non-technical. So when I'm speaking on the solar, if you just get solar done to your home without doing an energy audit, that's like just buying a pair of shoes and just putting a new pair of shoestrings in them. Like just an old existing pair of shoes and putting a new pair of shoestrings in it, just a regular old pair of shoes and putting some new shoestrings in it. That's like putting solar panels on a home without getting an energy audit. Now, if you wanted your shoes to look nicer, you would go ahead and clean your shoes first, get your insoles and do all of those things before you put the new shoestrings in them if you were trying to preserve those shoes. Just like all of these legacy homeowners are trying to preserve their homes. I live on the west side. I live off of Bankhead, right next to that redevelopment that's supposed to be happening in Bourne Homes, which I hope has a grocery store in it. I'm not even going to get on the food as a part, but I hope that redevelopment ends up having a grocery store in it. These are places where people own their homes. They're simply paying taxes, and they don't understand why it's important that they need to have these energy audits yet. These energy audits are going to help these people be able to age in place. People are being displaced because their homes are inefficient. Atlanta is the #3 worst city as far as major cities for energy burden. We all know what energy burden is, and it gets exacerbated when you're a homeowner because you don't have any help coming from anywhere else. You're just gonna have to keep pushing by. You tend to get what's on sale as opposed to the Energy Star component. The Energy Star component is what you're getting the 30% tax credit from the Inflation Reduction Act. Let's go into some more numbers here. Oh yeah, I got plenty of time today. And you see I keep getting more and more time because I'm out here touching the people. So I'm gonna keep coming back. I'm self-employed. I got time like y'all got time. I've spoke to a few people, a few of the smaller people. I'm still not getting call backs from any offices, but I keep talking to your little minions. I'm a boss. I like to talk to bosses. So let's get that together. This legislation should have been in place. Again, I can go back to the Sweet Center example with Southface. They got all those people trained for weatherization, putting their pictures on the wall, all of those things like that. And what is the Sweet Center now? It is a CBD shop because the policy was not in place in order to make energy audits baked into the actual real estate process. It has to be baked into the process. If it's not baked into the process, people are not going to do it. Example. Let's say there's a $350 difference that people are paying. Two people just purchased a home. One person purchased the energy efficient home. Another person purchased a home that's a fixer-upper. If they're paying a $350 difference in their bills over the life of that mortgage, that adds up to over $125,000 that they're wasting on their energy bills. Now that's just if they were just putting the money in the bank. Now, let's say, they've been watching Earn Your Leisure and they put that money to work. If they were getting an 8% return on that $4,200 that they were wasting the money, because that's $350 times 12, that's over $500,000 that could have been acquired from a working class family that they're wasting on energy bills. And we start to get into this wealth gap and all of these things that are going on into Atlanta. When you start to think about that on top of a life insurance policy, you start to see how these things get exacerbated. And I'm sure some of you people on the council are cognizant of this. And we're speaking on energy burden. Bills are issued every month. So every month that we don't take action on this, more and more people are losing their homes, getting behind, their homes are getting foreclosed on, and things of that nature. So people if you're not taking action, you're complicit in what's going on right now. I want to be very frank about that. Let's see some other numbers that I have here. Oh, and then, you know, if we're trying to think about how we're going to play it, Georgia has been deemed transaction alley as far as our fintechs. About 70% of all card swipes go through Georgia. Atlanta, and some of that is in Atlanta to be exact. So we have places where we can pull that money from. Anytime we have the data centers come in, we have so many data centers coming here that the Georgia Power's projections has gone up 17 times 17 based on how much power they're going to feel like is being consumed with their data centers that are coming. So we have the power if we take a little small tax from us being transaction alley, when you look at your Cabbage and you look at your Cash App and you look at all of these other companies, or if we look at the 17 Fortune 500 companies that we have in the area, you look at your Coca-Colas, your NCRs that make all the ATMs and all of these things, just less than 1% tax from them, we can get these homes actually fixed up as well and get the people trained, and we can take care of the sustainable agriculture thing as far as making sure that we don't have as many food deserts that we have right now. I really don't understand why I have to come up here with all of these bright ideas that are really ripe, low-hanging fruit, like you should pick it and eat it, because the people need to eat, the youth needs to eat, and the clean energy sector, I mean, Jimmy Carter from Georgia just turned 100, right? He put solar panels on the White House many, many moons ago, right? You would think that Georgia would be a champion for energy efficiency and all of those things, but you also have to remember that Jekyll Island started in Georgia as well. Jekyll Island and the Federal Reserve. So somebody somewhere, it's some powers that be that, why was it a 50-year stall on the solar movement from when Jimmy Carter was in office to right now? Why is this stuff just getting rolled out? So you don't think blocking the energy audits is a part of that? And then when you understand that Ford is about to stop making gas cars and it's going to be all electric, 3 electric vehicles on your house is another house charging. And where our houses are, how many cars are in the yard? So if your power gets cut off, you can't go to work either. We have to do something about this. Audits for affordability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Michael Barham. Have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I was here to speak on a rezoning issue that's in my neighborhood. And last time I was here, I spoke on the issue where the problem that I have with the rezoning, and just for your information, they're rezoning from residential to another status.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry. Is this a current rezoning matter?
Yes, this is a rezoning matter that's supposed to be on the vote today.
So unfortunately, the public comments on zoning can only happen in zoning or ZRB committees. I apologize.
Thank you. Apology accepted. Thank you.
Next up will be Donna Matthews. Due to yielded time, you have up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. I am not nearly as eloquent as my peers and colleagues that preceded me, so I'm going to read loud and clear. And so again, once again, good afternoon, council members. My name is Donna Matthews. I'm a hospitality professional here in Atlanta, Georgia. I have worked with many of you personally in several different professional capacities, notably creating Big Boy Day, but also working with several different members of the community to just identify opportunities to meet needs. Many of those times, and we have met those needs, it is members of my nightlife community behind me that have personally funded a lot of different projects, whether it's giving out turkeys on Thanksgiving, or whether it's just hosting your fundraisers at many of our establishments. With that being said, I've been working for over a decade in various different areas within the nightlife industry and positively impacted over 32 different establishments that have liquor licenses. I really want to take some time to express my gratitude and thank many of you council members for speaking with me directly yesterday and taking time to hear my passionate thoughts and insights. It is already my understanding that you are inclined, Councilman Juan, to send this back to committee so that we can work on this with you, hopefully, as not just the Nightlife Council, the Nightlife Advisory Council that the mayor set up, a big part of which I was a part of as well, but also we want to get stakeholders in your communities respectively involved in understanding the entire legislation that you're putting forth, because it impacts us. We feel as though in putting forth these laws from ATAG 3, who, if I understand correctly, does not have any entrepreneurs on the committee. I don't think you guys have any agents that have liquor licenses on this committee. I feel like it's really, really important that you engage people that know how nightlife operates. We work in these environments day to day, night by night, and we know how to mitigate a lot of the issues that you guys are raising here today. Thank you again for the yielded time, people, so I can go through this. And council members, while this seems like an isolated noise issue that you're addressing here, or as you say, like, you're updating an existing ordinance, I think what raises concerns amongst all of us is the broader strategy and the incremental changes that you're making to nightlife legislation, handing us pieces of the pie as opposed to the whole pie. I do think that we can work with you guys together externally through the Nightlife Council, with the mayor's office, to come up with a holistic strategy to really create a thriving nightlife that is safe, that addresses your concerns to your constituents who are residents and business owners and entrepreneurs, but also allow us to be a profitable industry. The spirits industry is a very profitable industry, and we are, we work it. Let's see. And considering that you have several sets of recommendations, Councilman Juan, both from the Nightlife Council, from different people that you guys have heard from all throughout the weekend, we just feel as though we want to work together with you guys to come up with a solution to create a holistic solution overall. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next will be Trevor Young. Trevor Young. Next will be Derek Spencer. Derek Spencer. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the council and fellow Atlantans. We are at a critical moment in Atlanta, per usual. Due to recent revelations about pay-to-play, corruption, bribery within our own city planning department, exposed by the Office of the Inspector General. And it reminds us that the public's trust is being eroded. And it's happening right under our noses. City employees sworn to serve the public have accepted bribes ranging from $50 to $1,200 through Zelle and other payment applications. This is not about individual misconduct, but it's a reflection of a larger systemic failure of our city to engage in the appropriate amount of oversight. The real scandal is how we have treated the Office of the Inspector General. The very body tasked with rooting out corruption is being stifled by bureaucracy. Our Inspector General is forced to request information through city records via open records requests, delaying investigations and giving potential wrongdoers time to cover their tracks. Imagine that. The OIG, for the first time ever, our first-time line of defense against corruption, is being forced to beg for documents and data that it needs to investigate. Let me be very clear. We cannot stand for this. We must pass legislation that enshrines the independence of the Inspector General into law. We must give them the power to investigate without interference from the mayor's office, city council, or any other entity within the city of Atlanta. This is not about catching a few bad apples. It's about restoring the faith in our government. This council has a responsibility to act, and I am calling on council to pass legislation that gives full access to the Inspector General to city records, databases, payment systems without needing an open records request, budgetary autonomy for the Inspector General to ensure that it has the financial independence to do its job without fearing retaliation or budget cuts, an independent legal counsel outside of the city law department so that the investigations remain impartial. But this isn't the only crossroads that we're at around how our city government has eroded the trust of the public. We also stand at an intersection where our public safety system lacks trust and accountability. Just this weekend, a detective that was named Investigator of the Year, likely having some sort of mental health issue, challenge, crisis, or substance abuse challenge, was tragically killed. Anytime life is lost, it is tragic. But it also brings into question how the Atlanta Police Department is assessing the fitness of its officers for duty, how it's assessing the mental health of the people who are assigned to protect and serve the city of Atlanta. This is not the only officer where we have questions. There's the question surrounding Officer Melvin Potter, who had a history of DUIs and is still employed by the Atlanta Police Department. He shot and killed Devon Anderson 3 times in the city of South Fulton off duty. Refused to take a breathalyzer test because in 2021, he had been pulled over by a Coweta County deputy speeding at over 100 miles per hour, drunk, and was sentenced to probation and was ordered by a judge not to drink. Now, does this sound like someone that is fit for duty on the Atlanta Police Department? I think not. Let's also talk about Investigator James Barnett with the Atlanta Police Department, who illegally jailed a man for 15 months. He's still employed by the Atlanta Police Department. He was just reassigned. And that settlement that this body voted for cost the taxpayers $1.5 million. That's less than the $270,000 funding gap for PAD. We cannot have a public safety system that prioritizes policing over public safety. Let me say that again. We cannot have a public safety system that prioritizes policing over public safety. That is why I am also calling for the immediate funding of PAD, because PAD is not just a program, it's the solution. It's the solution to easing the burden on police officers while also providing critical mental health services for those who are in need, for those who are unsheltered, for those who are struggling with substance abuse. And yet here we are again with PAD being underfunded and stuck in committee, a $270,000 funding gap, while we have poured millions into a criminal legal system that has shown very little results. Let me ask you, how many more lives must be lost or negatively impacted before we realize that prioritizing policing over public safety is not the answer? These recent events show us that we have a system where officers with disturbing histories like Melvin Potter are allowed to remain on the force, while real solutions like PAD remain underfunded and undersupported. We need an investigation into why these failures keep happening with the police department, and we need immediate action like the funding of PAD to prevent more tragedies in our city. If we do not fully fund PAD, we are sending a very clear message to the people of Atlanta that we would rather fill jail cells with people in crisis than actually helping them. That's not public safety, that's a public failure. So, we need a comprehensive investigation into APD's hiring, retention, and misconduct handling processes. We need to know why officers like Melvin Potter continue to be retained with the Atlanta Police Department. And we need the immediate approval of funding for PAD so we can provide non-police responses to those who are in crisis and free up 911 resources to deal with the real public safety challenges we are experiencing. Let's not wait for another tragedy to happen. Let's not wait for another police officer to be involved in a scandal. We can take action today, right now. This is our moment to show leadership to the people of Atlanta, to restore trust, and to build a public safety system that truly serves the people of Atlanta. The people of this city deserve better. They deserve better than Melvin Potter. They deserve better than James Barnett. They deserve better than a defunded policing alternatives diversion initiative. They deserve better. And I believe that some of you all on this council can do better. So show leadership and act now. Fully fund PAD and fire Melvin Potter.
Thank you. Next will be Zamari Price. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Zamir Price. I want to first give honor to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm here to speak for Devon Anderson because he can't speak for himself anymore. Fellow officers should have held Melvin Potter accountable. He should have took the test that he was issued by the judge. The problem with the justice system is those in it not holding each other accountable for their actions. I don't believe all police officers or those in the justice system are corrupt, but those who sit and do nothing look as corrupt as those who are. Melvin Potter shouldn't be employed. He shouldn't be a police officer. That was my dream job, a police officer. But I grew up and I seen how much has changed with the bridge between the community and police officers. Man, I'm gonna miss Devon Anderson. He was like my uncle. That big, beautiful smile he had. He would always greet me and say, "Hey, nephew." I'm gonna miss that. But I'm here speaking for him and our family. We're here and we will show up every day, no matter how long it takes. We would do everything we have to do to make sure justice will be served. And whether that's here on earth, I'm a man of faith, whether that's here on earth or up in heaven on Judgment Day, we will all have to speak for everything that we've done and everything that we've turned our eye to. So thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Minister Ann Breeslove. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Greetings, greetings, greetings. You know, when I come here, I feel like a motherless child. And as I hear you all here, and I look at your faces, and I thank God for all of you. And I ask myself, God, these are your people that you have put in positions to bring about a change. And we all has to search our hearts. And we have to know that God is with us all. And for things that happen in this city, and what even came today in the mother that lost her son, I mourn for her. I mourn for all of you all as well, because if you don't know Jesus and you don't know the Savior who can save this city, have mercy. Have mercy, people. You all just had a storm that passed over a lot of us. And to see what is happening in this city is a shame. I have a scripture that the Lord gave me, and I pray that all of you all would go back or look at the sermon at my pastor, who was Walnut, yesterday. And the pastor preached on about the giant, the Philistine, and how David took him out. It's getting ready to be a storm again, and it's going to hit. It's out there in the ocean waiting on God to give the command. But this is the scripture that the Lord gave me. Proverbs 3. My son, 1 through 9. My son, do not forget my law, but let your heart keep my commands. For lengthening of the day and long life, and peace they will add to you. Let no mercy and truth forsake you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablets of your heart. And so find favor and high extent in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all your hearts, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. And people, we all got hearts. We got to have the feel of others. We got to love and have compassion. And if you reflect back, many of you are new on the council now. I'm an old soldier. I've been in English Avenue a long time. I was the first black woman ever was the vice president of the Merchants Association and the vice president of English Avenue, spent millions of dollars. There was a conclusion that was to help the people in poverty neighborhoods. It was earmarked $250 million empowerment zone dollars. Where have that money gone? We need that investigated, where the people can live better. You all are blessed up here to have these jobs. You are setting an example for your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Look at yourself. Search your hearts and do better. This is not my county, but I have property here. And so I'm going to keep coming to you and talking to you. I love you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Finally, today will be Dana Armour.
Excuse me just a minute, Chairperson. It's Miss Councilman, she's not here, Boone. I wanted to set the record straight. I was here in the last meeting.
I'm sorry, time has expired.
She's off the hook. It was not her.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Dana Armour. All right. That concludes our public comment for today. I want to thank all the members of the public who came to address the council. Next, we will move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of Council. I, Corinne Linville, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, September 16th, 2024 are true and correct.
If there are no changes or additions to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilor Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilor Wan. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the minutes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
First item is 24C 5121. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Sean Norman to serve as a member of the License Review Board This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 2 is 24C 5122. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. LaShondra Butler Burks to serve as the Chief Operating Officer for the City of Atlanta. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 3 is 24C 5123. This is a communication from Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4, appointing Mr. Jason Allen to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Fatherhood, Men and Boys. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 4 is 24C 5124. This is a communication from Municipal Clerk Corinne Lindo submitting a report of administration corrections to previously adopted legislation between the regular council meeting between the dates of September 16, 2024 and October 7, 2024 to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-275 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances, correction to 240-1379 and 24R-3454. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
That concludes the communication items,
Thank you.
Mr.
Is
President.
there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
There are none.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 1. These are items that begin on page 3. They are for second reading, thus the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, let me ask if there are items to be pulled from the consent agenda. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to pull 2 items off of the Public Safety Committee report. Item number 1 on page 3, which is 24-0-1116. Again, that's page 3, item 1, 24-1116. And on page 4, 24-0-1516, which is item 4. So 24-0-1116 and 24-0-1516. Thank you, Mr. President.
Those 2 items are noted. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pull 24-0-1508 off the FEC consent agenda to add to the report.
So noted. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. On page 4, I would like to pull 24-0-1376 off consent agenda.
Thank you. Any other items? I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with the 4 items removed. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with 4 items removed? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda with the items removed carries. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. I voted because I'm fine with them being pulled off. I just need you to
repeat
the
Sure.
actual numbers.
The items that were removed are 24-0-1116. That's on page 3. Item number 1, 24-0-1376. That's on page 4. Item 2, 24-0-1516. That is item 4 on page 4. And then finally, 24-0-1508. That is item 20 on page 10.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, we will move to the consent agenda, section 2. These are items that begin on page 30. They are for first reading, thus the appropriate motion will be to refer. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer. It's moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Winston. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to refer carries. Now we'll move to the report of standing committees. First up today will be the Zoning Committee, Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, we can take items, the first 4 items as a block. The recommendation is favorable.
Any objection? Please proceed.
Item number 1 is 240-1323 Z2439. It's 423 Sunset Avenue Northwest. This ordinance is rezoned from SPI 3 SA1 to SPI 3 SA3. Item number 2 is 240-1325 Z2441. It's 392 and 396 James P. Brawley Drive Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from SPI 3 SA2 WIZ to SPI 3 SA3 WIZ. Item number 3, 240-1420 Z2451. It's 831 Hargis Street Southeast. Is to rezone from R4 to R4A. 240-1421 Z2452 is 2905 Waters Road Southwest. This ordinance is to rezone from R4 to R4A. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt these 4 items. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
Without objection, items 5 through 8 can also be taken as a block. The recommendation will be to adopt as amended.
Please proceed.
Item number 5, 240-1124 Z2417, the West Highlands Community and Rockdale Community. This ordinance is to rezone certain properties from R4A WPAHO to PDMU WPAHO and RG3 WPAHO to MRC3 WPAHO. Number 6, 240-1251 U2411 875 West Peachtree Street Northwest and 155 7th Street Northwest. This ordinance is to granting a special use permit to sever excess development density. Item number 7 is 240-1349 Z2445 3181 Stone Road Southwest. This ordinance is to rezone from R4 to PDH. Item 8, 240-1423 U2422 1196 Artwright Place Southeast 1189 and 1193 Merlin Avenue Southeast. This ordinance is for a special use permit for a daycare and school. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt these 4 items as amended. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt these items as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilor Bakhtiari, how do you want your vote? Aye for Bakhtiari.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Item number 9 is 240-1320. That's Z2435 at 740 Lyndhurst Drive Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R3 to PDH. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt as substituted. There were 6 yeas and 1 abstention.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt as substituted. This item, it doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. That's 12 yeas, 2 nays.
12 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Actually, Mr. President, my vote needs to be recorded as a no.
Oh, 11 yeas, 3 nays.
11 yeas, 3 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you, Next item is item number 10. It's 240-1424, U-2423. It's 122 Cleveland Avenue Southwest. This ordinance is for a special use permit for a personal care home. The recommendation is to adverse.
There's a motion coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second to adverse 24-0-1424. Is there any discussion on the motion to adverse this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adverse.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adverse carries.
Items 11 and 12 without objection can be taken as a block. The recommendation from committee is to file.
Please proceed.
240-1314, Z-2427, 2910 Tejas Trail Southwest is to rezone from R3 to R4B, and then 240-1354, Z-2453 is 1388 Northwest Drive Northwest. This ordinance is to rezone from RG3 to MR4A. The recommendation of the committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file these two items. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file these items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Finally, there's a first read, 240-1531, MRPA 2401. It's 1501 Whitewater Creek Road Northwest. This ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a new single-family dwelling with accessory garages, a pool, motor court, and driveway. I move to refer to the zoning committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland to refer 24-0-1531 to zoning committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Next up will be Public Safety and Legal Administration, Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item, item 24-0-1116. Item 1, page 3, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis as substituted by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 10-92-B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88 for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages and/or wine at an establishment located at 825 McDaniel Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310. Next item, Section 24-0-1516, item number 4, page 4. An ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcohol beverages for consumption on the premises located at 1881 Howell Mill Road, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes. Motion to adopt.
Is there any objection to taking these two items together? Okay. So there's a motion to adopt 24-0-1116 and 24-0-1516, both coming out of committee favorably. There is no need for a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt these two items carries.
Next item, 24-0-1376, item 2, page 4, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex One is substituted by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 10, Alcoholic Beverages of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances at Section 10-1 to provide a definition of additional facility, to provide clarity concerning the application of this definition, to amend Chapter 10, Section 10-11, to create a standalone ordinance to provide the prescriptions concerning amplified sound and live entertainment and outdoor areas of establishments licensed to sell alcohol for consumption on the premises and for other purposes. Is there a motion to?
I believe there's a motion, this came off consent, so there's a standing motion to adopt this item. Councilmember Amos.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a substitute motion and motion that we send this back to committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Bond, to refer this back to Public Safety Committee. Councilmember Amos, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
To Public Safety Committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this back? Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm going to speak in opposition to sending this back to committee, but I wanted to make a couple of comments first, particularly in response and acknowledging a lot of the public comment that was provided earlier today, as well as has been through this whole process, and notably since Friday. I agree with everything they were saying. I think the ATAG's approach has been about wanting a vibrant nightlife, and this has always been meant to be a collaborative and a process where there is a lot of dialogue and understanding and working towards things around process, which are already underway, things around policy, things around legislation that actually benefits communities and operators. And so I want to open with that, but then I also just want to clarify a lot of misinformation that's been out there. This legislation does two things, one of which industry, APD, stakeholders asked for, and that was around the additional facility piece. There is a little bit of confusion around the language right now, and some operators are being charged for extra bars that they don't need to pay for. So we put legislation in there in that collaborative spirit to save them $5,000 a pop. So I want to put that first out there, although the nightlife letter said that they want to get rid of that $5,000 fee altogether. I'll come back to that. More importantly, the amplified sound concerns that they raise. I just want to underscore that is in code today. That's not new. I didn't make that up. ATAG didn't create that. What we did was, and I think it's evidenced by the fact that a lot of the operators weren't even aware it was in there, it is buried in code and in a way that is obscure. And in our efforts to, again, make things transparent and clear, we thought, let's move it into a section unto itself so that it is there for continued conversation. I also want to remind everybody the timeline on this. ATAG met from 2022 to 2023. Our recommendations were presented in July of 23 in full. So they've been out there for 15 months. They were circulated to the public, to stakeholders, and the administration. All through that process, members of ATAG and I met with that the director of the Office of Nightlife and her staff. So again, we've been trying to be as forthcoming and free-flowing with the information as possible. I introduced the legislation in July. It's been held for 90 days for the very purpose of welcoming comment and feedback and edits. In that spirit, the administration has asked me and Courtney Smith, two members of ATAG, to meet with members of the Nightlife Advisory Committee. We did that on August 28th. Everything that they've asked me to do, I spoke with Richard Tang on Friday. I kept myself open all weekend to talk to folks. I want to have those conversations. And, you know, I've even today in a conversation with Mr. Pace, committed to meeting with the members again and even a training day, whatever needs to happen to get this understanding and this, again, this tenor of we're trying to work together to help each other, and I haven't said no to anything they've asked me. All that said, though, is the memo that we received this morning, I think, contains a lot of inaccuracies that I have to correct. First of all, the letter really grossly mischaracterizes the meeting between me and Courtney and them that happened on the 28th, what was discussed, what was agreed upon, and what was outright rejected or refused by us going forward. And there was a discussion about the noise or the sound ordinance, which we agreed should be discussed because it doesn't just apply if you have an alcohol license. If you have any activity on a patio, it should apply, or it applies right now as well. And we think that that is better addressed in a noise ordinance because it is the limit, again, just remember, is 500 feet from single-family residence. And the notion about completely doing away with that fee can't be addressed in alcohol. It really should be addressed in a fee study. So I think, again, these were all things that we said that we would continue to explore with the folks, but that was not the intent of this original legislation. I'm going to, again, not support this, and I'm going to offer up a substitute motion in a second because I think granting another 60-day review period is kind of superfluous given what is contained in this paper. Someone asked earlier, they wanted to understand the whole pie versus pieces of the pie. Well, that whole pie and the recipe was distributed in July of 23. It's out there. ATAG recommendations are in total, and what we've done is we even phased it out for stakeholders to understand how we were going to piece these together. My concern is to disrupt kind of that intentional grouping together of topics so that we can focus on one issue and one piece of legislation and move it and make incremental gains is better than trying to lump this into one giant piece of legislation that we know will end up probably not going anywhere. Again, I am open to conversations. I have, anytime the administration has asked me to talk to somebody, I have, and I will continue that. Richard Tang now has my cell phone number. Anybody that was here, I wish they had stayed. I guess they didn't understand the process. I will continue to talk with, but I think sending it back to committee does two things that I really don't want to do. Number one is that it prolongs what gain and protections we are trying to provide for our operators from having them overcharged right now. And two, I think we need to continue to make incremental gains here. And this paper, especially with the amplified sound, if we did nothing, they still can get cited right now. So it gains that there is no gain there from, and I think they're erroneously think in their minds that by stalling this, that legislation or that language isn't in effect. So with that, I'm going to make a substitute motion to hold in the breast of council. I think 2 weeks, given the 14 days since I introduced the substitute, given the 90 days since I introduced the legislation in July, on top of the 15 months of the ATAG recommendations having been out, are plenty for, again, those two small, specific things that this legislation does. So I make that motion.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan to hold this item in the breast of council, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Move directly to a vote, takes a majority vote to hold in the breast of council. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold this item in the breast of council.
The vote is open.
Councilmember Vaughn?
I just want to note that I'm also still in line to speak.
Councilmember Vaughn? It's not debatable. Nope, hold the breast of council is not a debatable motion. It is not per Robert's rules. That hasn't been in this body since I've been here. The city code also stipulates that holding breast of council is not. We've never debated it while I've been in the chair.
Point of order that I'd like for the city, if it is in the code, because we don't operate based on Robert's Rules of
It's in
Order.
the code, Mr. Vaughn.
We operate based on adopted rules of council. And if my point of order is, if it is in the code, before a vote is taken, I would like the city attorney to point it out to me.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta, Department of Law. Pursuant to Section 2-99.1, entitled Motion to Hold in Breast of Council, A motion to hold in breast of council, referred to in Robert's Rules of Order as a motion to lay on the table, is not debatable and shall act to postpone consideration of a measure at council meeting at which the motion is made. Such a measure may be removed from the table by proper motion at any time during said same council meeting, and if not so removed, such measure shall be removed from the table and acted upon by the council through a motion to adopt, adverse, file, confirm, or refer back to the appropriate committee prior to the adjournment of the next regular or special council meeting. Provided, however, by 2/3 vote of the total membership of the council, the measure may continue to be held in abreast of council until removed from the table by proper motion and acted upon by the council through a motion to adopt, adverse, file, confirm, or refer back to the appropriate committee at a subsequent regular or special meeting of the council.
Well, I want to say thank you for the law department for that edification, because if I had been allowed to speak, I would have urged colleagues to vote the motion down.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
But
You're out
since
of
I
order.
can't,
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
I'm
We'll move directly to the
withdrawing
vote.
now
You
my point
cannot
of order.
speak. You cannot speak in a point of order. This is just not debatable.
I'm not debating.
You are debating.
I'm concluding my comments.
No, Mr. Bond, you're debating the motion. The motion, we got to vote on it. Then you've heard the options. You have options if you want to bring it back up.
Well, I can't thank the law department in my comments?
You think the law department, then you began arguing the motion, Mr. Bond. So
No, I
let's
did
move
not
to a
begin.
vote.
I was concluding my comments, and I was rudely interrupted. by the
Councilmember
chair.
Bond, thank you. Let's move to a vote. Madam Clerk?
The vote is open. A moment. Nine yeas, 5 nays.
9 yeas, 5 nays. The motion to hold in the breast of council carries. I would encourage any council member who wants to explain their vote to do so.
I'm still waiting to speak. I've been in the queue for a moment, and I would like to be called upon because I have been waiting to speak.
We will, Councilmember Bakhtiari, we have to conclude the vote. Anybody want to explain their vote on the Councilmember Bond? Unless she's speaking to her vote, I'm going to allow you to speak on your vote. Are you speaking to your vote, Councilmember Bakhtiari? No, Councilmember Bond.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm speaking against the motion to hold in the breast of council because as the author of ATAG 3, when the initiative was put forth last term to do ATAG 3, it was supposed to be a review of the work of the 64 recommendations that had been done in ATAG 2 that had not been enacted. Of the 64 recommendations, there have been, I guess, 9 that have been codified from that. And so ATAG 3, for various reasons, did not follow that same course. And they got back into the, I guess, the nuts and bolts of the code, thus redoing the work, almost 4 years of work that ATAG 2 had done. But what has been missing from what ATAG 3 has done, and we respect, obviously, the work that ATAG 3 has done, is the public input and public discourse before legislation is introduced. The process of ATAG 2 took place over an extended period of time because every month we had a public hearing. Every month we had a public meeting. Every month we allowed the public to comment on what we were debating and what we were recommending. Now, good policy is good policy. It doesn't spoil, right? It's not like a delicious meal that you got to eat right away or else it'll spoil. If it's good policy today, it'll be good policy in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. You know, there's no emergency. Given what Mr. Wan stated, some of these issues already exist in the code, but what has obviously been missing is a larger public discourse, even though there have been conversations between, a council member and about the legislation that person has introduced and those that might be affected by it. But it doesn't seem that there has been a broader public forum. When I was elected back in 1993, sworn in 1994, Barbara Asher, Carolyn Banks, Rob Pitts, all of these great councilpersons, Marvin Harrington, stressed to me in my freshman class that this chamber is a crucible of great power, though it seems to be passive power, and that we should not make no policy that should do harm or affect people or their businesses, put them out of business or to harm the community. And if we were going to do something that would potentially impact a business, a community, a neighbor, a resident, that we give them every swipe at the ball to make a comment, to have input in a public forum, a broad public forum, and whether we ended up agreeing with their issues or not, that we would have that public forum. Now, with the paper within the breast of the council, the committee is now denied the opportunity to have such a public forum. That's why I was supportive of the measure going back. You know, this isn't a hot, it's a hot issue, but this isn't a hot potato. It easily could have gone back to the community, and we could have specified 2 weeks time certain or 4 weeks time certain that it would return back to the body to allow the committee to have a public forum on the legislation, which is the established process by ATAC 2 some years earlier. And so that's why I did not support having it remain in the breast of the council, because again, unless the council is going to hold a public forum during its meeting, you know, these folks whose businesses have been allowed to exist on the Beltline, which is a separate issue as to why the Beltline was built in reverse, the only train system on earth that was built with the amenities put in first before the tracks. But that's a whole other issue. But with people who are have existing businesses that we're making policy on that affects them, their bottom line, their investment in our community, their investment, as was stated here today, millions of dollars. You know,
Mr. Bond.
we have to be careful about that, and so that is why I did not support holding it in the breast of council. I wanted to air and let people know that, you know, if people, what we do here matters, and it does have a real world effect on people's businesses and their livelihoods. And of course, you know, you can have every public hearing in the world, and we've all experienced this, that some people will say they still didn't hear about it, they still didn't get the word, but I believe it's our obligation to at least leave the door open for those opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Councilman Bakhtiari.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak because I have watched Councilmember Juan for the last over 2 years take many meetings. I think, while I respect my colleagues' commentary, has anyone else on this body sat in any of the meetings with the Nightlife Advisory Board and with people working on this in the last 2.5 years, besides Councilmember Juan? Anybody else on this body? I have not, yeah, in the last 2 years? You have met with Councilmember Juan, Courtney Smith, and the others? No, exactly. So, I'm talking. So, I say all that to say that the work that has gone into this, and what I find bad governance is the idea of capitulating to false information when we have been trying to get something across the line for my understanding in the city for decades. So I do want to commend Councilmember Juan for the work he has put into this, for the public notices that went on, for the fact that he advised and the individuals in that committee had regular meetings with Nightlife. And in fact, I think the issue doesn't lie with this committee and the legislation. I question what Nightlife was doing, because as far as I know, there were regular updates given to them and to the administration. I am confused in the last 2 years how so much misinformation could get out when this was done thoughtfully, carefully, with a lot of input. And when I sat down and talked to Nightlife folks, it was clear that there was misunderstanding that was also fed into by poor comms from the Nightlife Advisory Board, or the Advisory Board, but the Nightlife Committee, and I am very disappointed. And I also want to make sure, and the idea of sending this back when it doesn't do anything, and after hearing his thought process and understanding, yes, people's history, times change and the form of good government's changed with time. And a lot of time and communication and thought went into this, and I will not at all go against one of my colleagues who's put this much work when the rest of us have not carried the water as much as he has. So I do want to thank him for the work he's done, and I'm glad that we will continue to hold it in council and continue the conversation instead of sending it back to committee.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone. Public Safety Committee.
Antonio,
He said no.
okay.
So anything else for public safety?
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be City Utilities. Chair Lewis. No report. Is that right?
No report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next will be CDHS. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. No report from CDHS.
Thank you. Next up will be Transportation Committee. Chair Amos.
Yes, Mr. President, we have two items. Item 24-0-1525, item number 1 on page 54, ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston to add the name of a Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. to the signage erected by the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the honorary dedication of Brown Avenue Southeast as Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. Way and for other purposes. This comes out of committee with recommendation to file.
There's a recommendation to file 24-0-1525 coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Votes closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Boone, how do you want your vote? Aye for Councilmember Boone.
Second item, Mr. President, is a resolution
14, I'm sorry, excuse me, Councilmember. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
There we go. Second item is resolution number 2, 24-R-4108. That's item number 1 on page 54. A resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting the mayor or his designee to negotiate an amendment to the More Modern Intergovernmental Agreement to allow city council appointees to be part of the More Modern Program Governance Committee and for other purposes. This comes out of committee with recommendation to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 24-R-4108. It does not need a second. Any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Votes closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it's a report.
Thank you. Next up will be Finance Exec. Chair Shook.
All right, thank you. First up is 24-0-1483. This is an ordinance by Mr. Winston, substituted by Finance Exec, to request the issuance of the Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Agency of its revenue bonds, Surface Transportation and Infrastructure Project Series 2024B in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $120 million to assist with the financing, the cost of acquisition, construction, and installation of certain surface transportation and infrastructure improvements located within the Atlanta urban redevelopment area, number 1, including 1, critical road resurfacing and restriping projects, 2, traffic signalization and lighting projects, 3, sidewalk and Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 ramp projects, 4, digital variable and static wayfinding system projects, and 5, related transportation infrastructure improvements, collectively the 2024 B projects, authorizing the execution, delivery, and performance of an IGA, a bond purchase agreement, a continuing disclosure agreement, and related documents and certificates authorizing the execution of an acknowledgement of service and the filing of an answer on behalf of the city and validations proceedings related to the Series 2024 B bonds, authorizing the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement, an official statement in connection with the sale of said bonds by the agency, approving a designated officer of the city to deem final the preliminary official statement for purposes of Securities and Exchange Commission rule indicated, and approving amendment number 1 to the City of Atlanta amended and restated urban redevelopment plan to authorize the CFO to create bond fund numbers indicated here, to amend the FY 2025 budget by adding 2 anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $120 million and for other related purposes. This came forward out of the Finance Committee with no recommendation on condition, on substitute. There were a lot of questions, and a lot of members had questions that had been put forward. And so here we are today. For purposes of debate, I will move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt 24-0-1483. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there discussion on the motion to adopt? Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. One question and then one comment. The question is that there wasn't a substitute that needed to come in. I thought there was. I think loss and a substitute that the chair might need to make a motion to bring forward a substitute that was shared with the body, and then we can discuss that.
It.
Okay.
It's come out of committee, no recommendation on condition on substitute, but you think there's an additional substitute?
I believe it was sent to everybody on council this morning. I'm going to defer to the law department, and then I have a comment later.
Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, City of Atlanta Department of Law. Yesterday evening, in satisfaction of the question presented by the FEC committee to the Department of Law, which was whether or not the law allowed there to be use of these bond proceeds for any area outside of the urban redevelopment area. And so in examination of that question, it was determined that the paper needed to be substituted to clarify that, in fact, no, only projects wholly contained within the urban redevelopment area were to be utilized, were the bond funds to be utilized for. And so in accordance with that, a substitute was sent out to the members of the Finance Executive Committee yesterday evening, which makes that clarification. There was no change to the caption, but we respectfully requested that substitute be brought forward in order to make that clarification. As Councilmember Westmoreland stated earlier this morning, following committee chairs, that proposed substitute was sent to the entire City Council.
You want to make your comment, Councilmember Westmoreland?
I don't.
Okay.
Let's bring the substitute in at some point.
All right.
I'm going to request that we each receive a printed copy of the substitute at this
Yes,
time.
guess what? We were thinking the same thing. I would like to see that in writing. I would also like to be more specific as to which districts would get a portion of the 120 million.
So can we take?
I mean, I think this is surrounding the World Cup venues. If you could, first I'd like to see because I was under the impression that it was not specific to one specific area. If we did the $120 million bond, that we could actually have other projects in outside of this area that's designated in this legislation.
So we could do a couple of things. We could just take a moment until we make copies. We could also we could make a motion to postpone and basically then go through the rest of the agenda and then come back to this. It's the purview of the council. You want to stay here, or we
It depends
can
on how
keep
long it's
moving?
going to take to make the copies. If we can make the copies within 5 minutes, we can wait. Or we can finish you have anything else left on FEC?
Sadly, yes.
Okay, well, let's just postpone. I know, right? Let's just postpone for now and come back to it.
All right.
We all get to read, because then we have to read the substitution.
So there's a motion to postpone by
Yes,
Councilmember
please.
Overstreet. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Till the end of this report, we're just going to push to the end of this report. Is that fine? Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone this until the end of this report? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Councilmember Norwood, do you want to speak to this? No. Any objection to the motion to postpone till the end of this report? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to postpone.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
Thirteen yeas, 0 nays, the motion to postpone carries. If I could just take a moment, who is on point to make the copies?
Ms. Kempson Wright said that copies were being made.
Okay, all right. Our staff director, our council director is making copies. Okay, Councilmember Shook.
All right, thank you. Then we're going to move on to item number 2, which is 24-01505, an ordinance by finance exec authorizing mayor as designee to waive the competitive source selection provisions contained in the code sections listed here of the procurement and real estate code, as well as any other conflicting code provisions, to execute the First Amendment to the agreement with the vendor indicated ATL Channel 26 broadcasting system upgrades with Clark Productions, Inc. on behalf of the executive offices in an amount not to exceed $643,860.57. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the sources indicated, and I would like to move an amendment that updates the account string in Section 2.
So there's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Councilmember Shook has made a motion to amend. Is there a second to the motion to amend? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. No one stepped out. Eleven yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Move approval as amended.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to approve 24-01505 as amended. Is there a second?
Just to correct that, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
Mr. President, that's 12 yeas, 0 nays. We did.
12 yeas, 0 nays on the motion to amend. Now Councilmember Shook has moved adoption as amended. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended. Who's the seconder? Bond.
Bond. The vote is open. You mean that they're giving copies for everyone? But we don't have it. We don't even have it yet. Will everyone please vote?
Juan's a yes.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Thank you. 24-01517 is an ordinance by Ms. Overstreet authorizing the transfer of $5,000 from the Council District 11 carry-forward account to the Department of Parks and Rec for the purchase and installation of bleachers at Stone Hogan Park and for other purposes. And I would move to bring a substitute forward that adds missing account information.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1517 doesn't need a second. Councilmember Shook has offered a motion to bring forth the substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
How do you want your vote?
The vote's closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Move approval on substitute.
There's a motion to approve 24-0-1517 as substituted by Councilmember Shook. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you. 24R4112 is a resolution by Mr. Westmoreland authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement with the vendor indicated with Clark Atlanta University for educational programming on behalf of Department of City Planning for a term of 2 years with no renewal options in an amount not to exceed $296,183. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the sources indicated. I would like to offer an amendment that adds the special procurement designation memo.
This is 24-R-4112 came out of committee favorable on condition. Therefore, it doesn't need a second. Councilmember Shook has offered a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Any discussion on the motion to amend this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Move approval as amended.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt as amended. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Wan. Any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open.
Yep.
Councilmember Bond.
Councilmember Bond, you and I.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries. Also, could IT take a look at Councilmember Bond's screen, please? All right, Councilmember Shook.
Thank you. 24-0-1508 was pulled from consent. This is an ordinance by members Amos, Boone, Bond, Overstreet, and Westmoreland, as amended by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing a donation in a total amount not to exceed $25,000 from various carry-forward accounts to Evis Foundation, Inc. for the 2024 Walk for Life pursuant to the code section of the charter listed here and for other purposes. And I would like to move an amendment that adds a post 2 at-large donation.
There is a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1508. It doesn't need a second. Councilmember Shook has offered an amendment. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend this item.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Move approval is amended.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt 24-0-1508 as amended. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries. Now we are at the end of the report, so we will automatically return to the postponed item. Just want to make sure everybody has gotten a printed copy as requested. So we are now on Councilmember Shook's motion to adopt, and we're discussing the motion to adopt this item. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am incredibly supportive of this investment in downtown. I think it has the potential to be transformational for decades to come. And Councilmember Shook referenced a number of conversations that have been happening today. I think it might be helpful for them to have a little bit more time to marinate before we move forward with this really exciting possibility. And so I'm going to make a motion to hold in the breast of council for 2 weeks. And that's my motion.
There's a motion to hold in the breast of council by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Juan. We'll move directly to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold in the breast of council.
The vote is open. One moment. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to hold in the breast of council carries.
That concludes our report.
Thank you. Let me just pause any discourse on those votes. Okay. Next up, we will have Committee on Council. Councilmember Bakhtiari, Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 1 from Communications 24-C-51181, a communication from Tanya Greer, County Clerk to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, submitting the appointment of Ms. Bridget Walton to the Beltline Tax Allocation District Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. It was found favorable by CDHS and by COC today, so motion it came out of committee favorable.
There's a motion to adopt 24-C-5118 coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Since the communication, we do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on this item.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 2, a resolution by committee on, 24-R-4193, a resolution by committee on council appointing Ms. Aileen Devong as the Atlanta City Council appointee to the Atlanta Beltline Design Review Committee as one of the appointees designated for a member of the public who is an architect licensed in the state of Georgia for a term of 2 years and for other purposes. Motion is to refer to zoning.
There's a motion to refer, coming out of committee?
Coming
There's a
out of
motion to
committee.
refer this item to the zoning committee, coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to refer this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the counter. Unanimous consent on the motion to refer.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Item number 3, 24-R-4194, resolution by committee on council appointing Ms. Sarah McCauley as the Atlanta City Council appointee to the Atlanta Beltline Design Review Committee as the appointee designated for a member of the public who is an urban planner for a term of 2 years and for other purposes. Motion coming out of committee to refer to the zoning committee.
Motion coming out of committee to refer 24-R-4194 to zoning committee. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to refer this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count and unanimous consent on the motion to refer.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you. Mr. President, this does conclude my legislative agenda, but I'm hoping with your permission I can make an announcement.
Sure.
Thank you. Again, colleagues, I have been reminding each of us about our base appointments. I'm putting a hold on some of our other bases until we really get our Water and Sewer Appeals Board to quorum. We're at risk of losing our quorum. As we know, if we do that, we will have a backlog on our cases, and of course, we want to make sure that our constituency doesn't have to face that issue. Just a reminder that we do have vacancies in District 1, District 2, and Post 1, District 3, District 4, Post 1, District 11, District 12, Post 3, and District 7, District 8, and Post 2. So myself and Mr. Overton will be sending out emails again today and reminding you all what the requirements are for each of these appointments. But please, if I called out a vacancy for your group appointment, please make that a priority over the next 2 weeks so that we can ensure that we do not lose quorum for this very essential committee. Thank you. That does conclude my report.
Next, we'll move to items for immediate consideration. We have one. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 36415, 36415, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone to request that the mayor, his designee, extend until December 30th, 2024, the provisions of 24-R-3762, which temporarily extended the hours of operation of C.T. Martin Natatorium, M.L. King Jr. Aquatic Center, Washington Park Natatorium, and Roselle Fan Natatorium to include free Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the City of Atlanta indoor pools, in addition to normal operating hours Monday through Friday and for other purposes. Whereas pursuant to Resolution 24-R-3762, the City of Atlanta authorizes the extension of operational hours at certain City of Atlanta Recreation Center pools to include Saturdays because the pools are typically closed on weekends and holidays. And whereas said resolution provided for Monday through Saturday hours of operation until October 1st, 2024, whereas it is now necessary to extend the original provisions of Resolution 24-R-3762 to ensure continued access Monday through Saturday to these valuable community resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the mayor or his designee to request to extend until December 30th, 2024, the provisions of Resolution 24-R-3762, which temporarily extended the hours of operation of C.T. Martin, M.L. King, Washington Park, and Roselle Fan Natatoriums to include free swim hours, free swim Saturdays from 11 to 3 p.m. at the City of Atlanta indoor pools. Be it further resolved that the Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation shall take all necessary actions to implement this resolution. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby repealed for purposes of this resolution only, and only to the extent of the conflict. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to adopt ELMS 36415 by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS 36415.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We have one other item for immediate consideration. Councilmember Amos.
Sir, Mr. President, AMS number 36433, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $300,000.00 from the District 3 discretionary fund account to the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's charter and for other purposes. Whereas on December 6, 2021, the Atlanta City Council unanimously adopted Resolution 21-R-3927 and 21-R-3928, which called for a May 2022 referendum to consider 3 ballot questions to provide $750 million to a vital transportation, recreation, public safety, and art projects across the city. And whereas in May 2022, Atlanta voters overwhelmingly approved the 3 questions that collectively made up the Moving Atlanta Forward infrastructure initiative. And whereas the city district council members were allocated $3 million in a discretionary fund to support community projects that are not already listed as part of their specified investments. And whereas the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation is the only 501c3 nonprofit organization serving the brave men and women of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. And whereas they are in the process of making improvements and repairs in Fire Station 16, 1, and 11. And whereas this donation would assist them in this endeavor. Now therefore be resolved that by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Chief Financial Officer is authorized to remit in an amount not to exceed $300,000.00 to the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter. Be it further resolved that all payments shall be charged to and made from the following accounts listed. Be it finally resolved that all restrictions and parts of the resolution in conflict herein and hereby repealed for purposes of this resolution only and only to the extent of this conflict. Motion moved to adopt.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos to adopt ELMS ID 36433, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Everyone please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Thanks, sir.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. I believe that is all for immediate consideration per the authors. All right, I'm gonna ask everyone's indulgence and actually let Councilmember Norwood go first today, just for a family matter. So, Councilmember Norwood.
Thank you, colleagues. I have one ordinance, ELMS 36440, authorizing the transfer of $2,000.00 from the Council District 8 carry forward account to Council District 8 distribution account for the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation Red Means Rescue Event and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 36440 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
We'll go back to our list. Councilmember Juan.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I have 2. The first one is 36445, resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan requesting the Atlanta Department of Transportation provide a list of all outstanding Renew Atlanta and Moving Atlanta Forward infrastructure bond projects within 30 days, requesting the Chief Financial Officer provide potential funding sources for any such outstanding projects within 30 days of the original list and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36445 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, then Elms 36446, a resolution by, ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed blank from the District 6 carry forward account to Horizons Atlanta pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to assist with their summer enrichment program and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36446 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Amos, and wishing you a very happy birthday, sir.
AMS 36321, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend the 1982 City of Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended, Part 16 of the Land Development Code, Section 16-18H.003. Minimum off-street parking requirements to clarify that the parking requirements for all residential dwellings shall be one space per bedroom and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36321 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB committees. Councilmember Bond.
We have Elms ID number 36443, a resolution by Council Members Michael Julian Bond and Byron Amos, modifying the Atlanta Airport Atrium Policy Task Force to establish the task force as a permanent entity, to rename the task force to the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport Vendors Policy Task Force, and to require once-a-month meetings in order to review all procedures, policies, and laws pertaining to the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta Airport's atrium and adjacent terminals to improve operations and finance, safety, and other purposes.
Elms ID 36443 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 36298, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution to amend Resolution 24R-3927, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on September the 3rd, 2024, and approved by Mayor Dickens on September 10, 2024, to correct the amount donated to GreenLink Analytics and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36298 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID 36372, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute agreements for the RFP, REF, DE, Deem 2406-1240312, vertical and horizontal job order contracting large with RFP, RFF Deem 2406-1240312A with the SOCO amount JV 12 RFP dash numbers listed herein to provide citywide construction, renovation, and other services of a term of 3 years with 2 one-year renewal options in the amount not to exceed $100 million and 0 cents annually per contract for all contracted work will be charged to and paid from the department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36372 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That concludes the papers for introduction, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 36437, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, Marcy Carrier Overstreet, and Dustin Hillis. A resolution requesting the mayor, his designee, to execute an agreement with Georgia Power Company on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for installation of 3 streetlights on Treadwell Circle Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36437 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 36355, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department to apply for and accept a grant from the Joint 2024 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant from the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, in an amount not to exceed $2,426,185,000.00 for the purpose of law enforcement programs aimed at reducing crime, ensuring the safety of our residents, and to build trust through partnerships with the community and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36355 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID number 36356, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to ratify additional services rendered by James McLemore as acting fire chief from August 17th, 2023 through September 17th, 2023, in connection with the contractual agreement to reemploy James McLemore as the first deputy chief of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department without benefits, as authorized pursuant to Section 3505 of the City Charter and Resolution 23R 3548, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute the First Amendment to the contractual agreement on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, to add funding to the agreement to pay for the services ratified hereby in an amount not to exceed $3,351.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36356 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I only have one item. It's Elms ID number 36370, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing a contribution to the Department of Parks and Recreation in an amount not to exceed $201,000.00 for park lighting and ADA improvements at Windsor Street Park, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make the payment from the account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36370 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. Elms ID 36320, a resolution by Council Members Faroki, Norwood, and Westmoreland to request that the Director of Urban Design Commission initiate the process of nominating the Chastain Art Center and Gallery located at 135 Chastain Park Avenue Northwest as a landmark building or site and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36320 will be referred to CDHS.
Elms ID 36435, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the District 2 Carry Forward account to the Midtown High School Athletic Booster Club pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36435 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms ID 36434, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $20,000.00 from the District 2 distribution account to the Georgia Municipal Association pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36434 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms ID 36358, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki requesting the mayor or his designee install traffic calming devices on Angier Avenue Northeast between Boulevard Northeast and Central Park Place Northeast in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36358 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And finally, Elms ID 36359, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Pine Street Northeast between Angier Avenue Northeast and Felton Drive Northeast in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36359 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
First item, Elms ID 36337, An ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary for the additional acquisition of certain property interests necessary for the Hill Mill Road Complete Street Project, authorizing negotiations with property owners for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing title searches, appraisals, surveys, and any other items necessary for the acquisition of such property interest, authorizing the mayor and the city attorney in the event negotiations are unsuccessful to institute condemnation proceedings pursuant to the declaration of taking method OCGA 32-3-1 et sec, waiving certain provisions of Article 10 Real Estate and Procurement Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, all contracted work, and payments for property interest to be paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 36337 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Second final item, ELMS ID 36365, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a memorandum of understanding between the City of Atlanta and Westside Howell Mill Community Improvement District, DBA, Upper West Side CID, on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development for the purpose of performing an environmental review at the Silver Comet Connector Segment 3 as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and for reimbursement for all costs associated with the environmental review and for other purposes.
Items ID 36365 will be referred to the CDHS. Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Okay, I have three. ELMS ID number 36364, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to the agreement SPS 1200145, e-Builder Software Support and Training Services with e-Builder Incorporated on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management to add funding in the amount not to exceed $75,000. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 36364 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
ELMS ID number 36363, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the First Amendment to grant CS May 2309-124XXX Emergency Food and Shelter Program Grant 01D on behalf of the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs with Inspiritus Incorporated to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $710,000, $710,005.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 36363 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay, finally, ELMS ID number 36342, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to amend the Park Pride Agreement to add funding to pay in an amount not to exceed $750,000.00 annually beginning with fiscal year 25 for the purpose of contributing to the Community Park Fund, supporting historically underinvested communities on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recs, and to amend the Park Pride Agreement to increase the total not to exceed a payable by the city during the initial term of the agreement to $1.7 million, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make payments from the account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 36342 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Shook.
Thank you. ELMS 36319, ordinance by Shook supplementing that certain Series 2024 bond ordinance adopted by the Atlanta City Council on the date listed and approved by the mayor on the date listed to, among other things, set forth the terms of the City of Atlanta Water and Wastewater Subordinate Lien Revenue Bonds, Series 2024, including the original aggregate principal amount, interest rates, maturity amounts, and maturity dates, ratifying certain prior actions of the officers and agents of the city with respect to the issuance and sale of the Series 2024 bonds, ratifying and approving the execution and delivery of a bond purchase agreement, ratifying and approving the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement, and the execution and delivery of a final official statement in connection with the offer and sale of the Series 2024 bonds, authorizing the CFO to create the bond fund number blank, to amend the FY25 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations bond proceeds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed blank and bond premium in the amount not to exceed blank, and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 36319 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 36362, resolution by Shook, authorizing the mayor as designated to execute amendment number 1 for the 2025 employee benefits contractual agreements for the RFP indicated with A, Anthem for self-insured medical and drug, B, Kaiser Permanente for fully insured medical and drug, C, United Healthcare for Medicare Advantage prescription drug plan 1, D, United Healthcare for Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans 2 and 3, E, Kaiser Permanente for Medicare Advantage prescription drugs plan 4, F, Sigma for dental self-insured depot plan, G, United Healthcare for dental fully insured DHMO plan, H, United Healthcare for vision plan, I, Anthem for life, AD&D insurances, J, Aflac for individual short-term disability, K, Cigna for group accident insurance, critical illness, and hospital indemnity plans, L, Anthem for FSA healthcare and independent care, and M, Anthem for COBRA and retiree billing on behalf of the Department of HR to add to the 2025 benefit rates to be paid from accounts listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36362 will be referred to the FEC committee. Thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID 36368. Resolution by Westmoreland authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $200,000 to Emory University pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support the development of a digital affordable housing platform to allow the City of Atlanta residents to apply for subsidized housing units, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of Emory University in the development of the digital affordable housing platform, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36368 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Winston.
Thank you, Council President. First item is Elms ID 36366, an ordinance by Councilmember Winston amending the Community Development Block Grant Fund budget and the Home Investment Partnership budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations program income as it is generated by the City of Atlanta's Community Development Block Grant Program and the Home Investment Partnerships Program, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36366 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 36369, an ordinance by Councilmember Winston, an ordinance to authorize the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute the fourth amended and restated intergovernmental housing cooperation agreement between the City of Atlanta and Atlanta Housing Opportunity, Inc., in order to make certain modifications to the city's housing opportunity program, including in particular the owner-occupied rehabilitation program and the housing production fund, to authorize the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute amendments to any other documents as shall be necessary to effectuate the ordinance and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36369 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 36438, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston to add the name of the Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. to the signage erected by the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the honorary dedication of Brown Avenue Southeast as Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. Way, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36438 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got two additional ones. Councilmember Lewis. Get the papers first.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Elms ID 36452, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, requesting that the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation amend the administrative regulations for shareable dockless mobility device operators to allow device operation between midnight and 2 a.m. and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36452 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Councilmember Amos, thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Very quickly, items number 36453, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to name the fountain located in Rodney Cook Senior Park in honor of the Honorable Councilmember Ivor Lee Young Jr. and for other purposes.
Items ID 36453 will be referred to the CDHS committee. All right, any other papers? All right, we'll move to announcements and general remarks. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I would like to wish our colleague, our transportation chair, Byron D. Amos, a happy birthday and many well wishes. Happy birthday, Byron D. Amos.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to put on the record a very happy birthday to Miss Willie Monroe, who's a native Atlantan, who was born in Lightning Creek, lived in Vine City, lived in Grove Park, was retired as an employee of the Atlanta Police Department, was very instrumental in the founding of an Atlanta institution, Bankhead Seafood, who turned 100 over the weekend and was awarded a proclamation from this body. So, Ms. Monroe, happy birthday on the record.
Thank you.
100 years old, I might add.
Sorry? 100. Wow.
100 years old, I might add.
Amazing. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to acknowledge that Atlanta Pride Festival is this weekend, coming weekend. Look forward to celebrating with the community and hope that wishing everyone a safe, happy, festive, and joyful festival.
Councilmember Lewis.
I would like to wish my father, my pops, Herbert Lewis, a happy birthday. So happy 57, pops. 20 years older than me. Getting up there, my guy.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. First and foremost, thank you to all my colleagues for the happy birthday wishes. Of course, we have work anniversaries. Have Miss Tanner that have been with us for looks like 11 years, and then of course Miss Teo, who has been with us for 10 years. Happy anniversary.
Thank you, Councilmember Amos. I have two. One, I should have done this during our remembrances, but I did not want today to slip away without remembering Bill Brewster, who recently passed. Bill was an Emory alum and a University of Virginia alum who was a longtime leader of the Kilpatrick Townsend Law Firm, including being the youngest managing partner of any major law firm in America in history. He was an adjunct professor at the University of Georgia, as well as formerly having been adjunct professor at the University of Virginia and Emory Law Schools. He was a board member at the Special Olympics and the Giving Kitchen. He passed away, leaving behind his wife, Karen, of 38 years, and their 3 children. And I wanted to take a moment to send condolences to Bill's family and friends who are mourning his loss. In addition, I just want to remind everyone that today, October 7th, is the last day to register to vote for the election in November. Early voting will begin Tuesday, October 15th, and be weekdays until November 1st. We will also have weekend voting on the weekends of October 19th and October 20th. You can vote in any spot in your county where you are a registered voter, so please make sure you're registered and get out and vote. And with that, Council, we will call the closing roll. Madam Clerk.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1. Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norrie, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Adria O'Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.